Won't you say why you're a stranger now? Your eyes escape mine when I sit you down. Don't you feel like we're holding on onto a fairy tale, but the magic's gone? Been months of bluffing the blushes and faking the butterflies. Wake up, yeah, I'm kicking the castle down. Ooh, yeah, I think it's time to talk. Ooh, yeah, I think it's time to talk. Kinda missing how we kicked it off. Always in overdrive, now the feeling's lost. Blind to notice, we've been losing touch. Long gone fairy tale, yeah, we killed the rush. Been months of acting a fiction and staging a Valentine's. Wake up, yeah, I'm kicking the castle down. Ooh, yeah, I think it's time to talk. Ooh, yeah, I think it's time to talk. I think it's time to be true to what we want. Forget how it felt from the outset. Hope history said. Ooh, yeah, I think it's time to talk.
You're driving me crazy, driving me crazy, driving me crazy. And lately, your body's made, the way your body syncopates. You're driving me crazy. Oh. And lately I ain't thinking straight. Your body's amazing. The way your body syncopates. You're driving me crazy. And lately I ain't thinking straight. Your body's amazing.
Alright. So we got the Leviathan in here too. Shit. Fucking Leviathan. Probably turn down the music just a little.
You're driving me crazy.
that sounds like it'll be good. Yeah, that sounds cool. Playback. Alright. So, hope you guys are doing well. Hope you guys are having a great day so far. Make sure to hit that like and subscribe button. Helps out with the YouTube algorithm. Helps get the channel out there and the stream out there. Also, make sure to hit that notification bell so you guys will be informed whenever I go live or upload any new content. And with all that being said, as you can see, we got Cyno. I'm right now putting some decent, like this artifact right here is pretty good. Got pretty much everything you want on Cyno. Crit rate, crit damage, elemental mastery, energy recharge. So I got a pretty good artifact in this land. Everything else is kind of meh. Kind of meh. That's only decent because it's crit damage and has a crit rate substat, but it's kind of meh. So we're still working on artifacts with our Cyno. God. Alright. Yeah. And we're still trying to get him for the, where the hell is he? There he is. Checks. But yeah, we're rocking with some very mid to like one good artifact. That's pretty much what we got right now. So, and also I think I'm debating on. I think I'm going to lean toward Primordial Jade Wing Spirit, but I'm kind of also considering the deathmatch, because I'm not sure which one would be better, because I'm going to have an R3 deathmatch with this battle pass. But Primordial Wing Jade Spear thing is also really pretty good. It's also really good. So, I'm kind of mixed on what I want, what kind of weapons, and I'm just gonna have to get better artifacts for him, because my artifact runs have been really trash in that domain. Like, I'm even talking like also the.
Next on the agenda. Born of ice and frost. No touching.
I'm also talking about like even with the Dendro set. Even my artifacts on the Dendro set have been also kind of trash. Bam.
Access denied. Into the wind. Born of ice and frost. I can fix this. Must press on.
Well, shit. Okay. Hey, butterflies, how's it going? Like I said earlier, I'm still working on a lot of things for Cyno. My artifacts are kind of either trash or mid. God, I really didn't need you to die. There we go.
No touching.
Woo, that's close.
Hand me your drink.
Mind the damage.
Yes. Scarabs are only hard because there's only so many of them, and like I said in my message to you earlier, a lot of them are quest gated, so you'll have to like progress for the story in order to get some of them, and I'm pretty sure some of them might even be locked behind like side quests. I'm not surprised. Like I said, there's only so many in the world. like there are literally only so many. Like there are like a few right here, like one or two like over here, one right over here. There's like 4 over here, 4 right here. Then you got like 2 right over here that are underneath this thing, and I'm sure locked behind a side quest. You got like 4 over here, and then like 1 out here, like out of just like randomly over here, like, and like 1 right here, 1 right over here. Like, it's not very many. There are not very many. And then some over here on this like land bridge. There's not very many at all. And then and then I know there's some underneath this pyramid, but again, that's locked behind like either the story or a side quest. So I've been in like 3 different people's worlds. I've been in my world, then I went into a couple other people's worlds, and it's a pain in the ass. It's almost as bad as the Onikaboto when you had to farm those for Heizo and Arataki Ito. Let me see how the music sounds. I'm worried it might be loud. Yeah, I might want to turn it down a bit more. The audio is just so loud. Well, that's the thing is with Venti, is that okay, maybe that's a bit better. Hopefully that's a little bit better. Thing is with Venti is that he's already had like, he's one of the very first characters that I know new players are going to join the game. Over the course of the last couple years. But Venti's also had like a couple reruns in the past. So I'm sure like everyone that's going to get Venti has probably already got Venti. And the other thing is that even though Venti's cool, it's the case of, do you want a character that's already been in the game for a while, or do you want a character that's like super brand new? And everyone's always going to lean toward the brand new because it's new. The only people that are going to wish for Venti is anybody that really wants that, like anybody that really wants the big suck. If anybody needs the big suck and they're desperate for crowd control, then they'll probably wish for Venti.
I just happen to be resting.
Alright, let's see how the audio sounds now. Everybody needs the big suck and they're desperate for crowd control. Okay, that sounds better. And they'll probably wish for Venti. Ah, so apparently Butterflies needs the big suck. And I'm not gonna blame anybody for that. There are gonna be people that like certain playstyles, and there's gonna be certain people that love certain playstyles. I'm in the camp, like for a good example. I am not a fan at all of Xiao's playstyle. I hate jumping up and smashing down to the ground. But there are people that love Xiao's playstyle. There's people that will literally advocate to the very end of time for a Shao and how good he is. And I understand that you can get good numbers with Shao, but his playstyle is not for anyone.
You can bully me!
Zymox? What do you mean by Zymox? Okay, I'm getting distracted. I need to go over here and do this. And now I will 100% agree with you on that. Ayaka, like I told you before, I'm an Ayaka main, and I will advocate to the end of time for how great Ayaka is.
Go, shake it and stir!
And if I use past tense, I mean that more so in present tense.
Access denied.
Into the wind.
Look at you, Boo Down! Think you can bully me? Huh. No touching!
Be still.
What is this? What's going on here?
Access denied.
There's so much. I don't know which way I'm supposed to be going. I think I'm supposed to be going over to that thing over there. Mr. Krabs, man, it's been a while since I've heard and or seen you. Hope you're doing well, man. I think I'll go this way. Oh, another chest.
Born of ice and frost. Shake it and stir!
Into the wind.
Bam! It died before I could slash him. What does that do? Well, dude, if you've been down in the dumps, hopefully hopping in this stream does at least a little bit to make you feel better, my man. For myself, I'm doing okay. Just playing some Genshin Impact, checking out what's going on in Sumeru. Realizing I can't grab onto that, so I'm going to do this. Yeah, that was easy. That's not going to help me. I'm not over there anymore. I guess we'll just go back over. You know, I bet if I used Kazuha, I probably would have been able to cheat that. I guess we'll go this way. Alright, I needed thingies to get this. I don't know where the thingies are. To catch you up, my man. I already did my wishes. I got Cyno. I'm working on getting him to level 80. And then I also got Candace. So far, even though Candace looks absolutely gorgeous, and she looks amazing. I'm not too impressed with her abilities. So I might do some more testing on her, but so far I'm not. Like I said, I'm not impressed with her gameplay. But character aesthetic wise, she is pretty amazing. I think I maybe jump all the way down here. I think that's what I'm supposed to be doing. I'm gonna jump down here and see what happens. Yeah, I think it's supposed to be down here.
No touching. Blaze over. Think you can bully me?
Okay, pop.
The wind
Pop.
moves.
Pop.
One with wind and cloud. Cascade.
And he's done. Oh yeah, I need this thing. You bitch. Ah! Fuck! I'm just going to wait. You're making me have to wait. And you're going all the way over there? And you like Candace? I mean,
We're way behind
what? Let me ask you this. What do you mean? You talking gameplay wise? Or you talking? Are you talking gameplay wise? Or are you talking aesthetic? Or are you talking both? Because aesthetic wise, I 100% agree with you. I mean, if you're gonna, hey man, I will not hate on anyone for just wanting to build them just to build them. That was kind of like me with Yay Miko when Yay Miko came out. At the time, Yay Miko felt kind of mid, but now with Dendro, Yay Miko feels really good. So maybe that might be the case. Maybe like a character will come out in the future that actually synergizes real well with Candace's abilities, and then boom, there we go. That through indirect means somebody buffed Candace. So I'm hoping maybe that's the case in the future. Ow, that hurt. Where is the next thingy? And also, how do I get out of here? Am I gonna have to? I'm assuming I'm gonna. Oh, wait. That was our way out of here. Alright, now we're just gonna find our next yellow crystal. I might have skipped it when I ran up here.
Next on the agenda. We're way behind schedule.
I don't think we're behind schedule, Ganyu. I think you're just very nitpicky. Ah, there it is. Ganyu, get on that. Her, like I said, everything about Ganyu, everything about Candace is so gorgeous.
Born of ice and frost.
Into the wind. Be still.
What boss mats does she use? Did she use any of the new boss mats? Like the machine thing that shoots lasers all over the place, or the new big dinosaur robot machine? And that's another thing. Kujo Sara is another case of they make an absolutely gorgeous character, and then their abilities just feel mid. That one broke my heart. I wanted Kujo Sara to be broken as fuck.
Access denied. Snatch. Can't handle your drink. Huh.
Fallen leaves, adorn my night.
I can get to that here in a
Coming,
second.
Suiyu. Cascade.
Sara is good. Kujo Sara. All right, so there's some
This is long
asterisks to Kujo Sara, and I can get into that, and I'll explain all of it after I kill this flying robot. Okay. So, about Candace. So, Candace has some potential. She has some synergy with Ayato due to buffing normal attacks and Hydro Resonance, which would lean itself into Ayato. So, but the thing is her synergy is very limited due to her applying Hydro Resonance. So she's applying Hydro Infusion. So with that being said, you gotta you have to plan out in advance who you're going to be pairing her with, and because if you're adding Hydro Infusion, you got to make sure the person that you're going to be passing that on to can either use it or is going to be able to do good damage with that Hydro Infusion. That's why Ayato is right now the only real good candidate, because you're already going to be speccing out Ayato to do Hydro damage, and you're also buffing normal attacks, which Ayato will appreciate since that's all he does. The issue, like I said, is there are only so many people that are going to be able to resonate with that. The second issue, yeah, that's what I'm saying, buffs normal attacks. But you're also going to, you can't take the normal attack buff without also taking the Hydro Infusion. That's what I said. That's why I'm saying Ayato's a perfect candidate, because you're buffing normal attacks for Ayato while also buffing or passing on Hydro Infusion. So for example, if I decided to and if you don't have Yunjin, then Candace will be your next best thing. So let's say I wanted to run let's see here, Ayaka, my favorite. Yes, that's going to be pretty neat, due to the fact that I am going to be potentially doing some kind of crazy freeze comp. But my Ayaka is going to be spec'd out to do cryo damage, not hydro damage. So whenever I'm doing hydro attacks, it's going to be kind of shitty. When I'm doing cryo attacks, obviously that's what Ayaka is designed to do. Now Yoimiya, on the other hand, yeah, the normal attack buff is going to be nice, but again, you got to also worry about the hydro infusion. Because, for example, and I'll show you what exactly I'm talking about. Let me go back to Ayaka. Where's she at? So take consideration, I'm doing a shitloads of cryo damage. So when Ayaka's doing cryo damage, she's doing 46% plus the added buffs from her passives and her abilities. Yeah, and it won't infuse on bows. So whenever, like I said, when Ayaka's doing cryo damage, she's going to be getting those buffs from her goblet. But when she's doing hydro damage, due to the added hydro infusion from Candace, the damage is going to be shit because Ayaka's not buffing hydro. Why does Candace have to be all the way at the bottom? Let me check one thing. So yeah, I wouldn't be bad if you were pairing her with Yoimiya, because she would get the buff from the increased normal attacks. So yeah, you would avoid the hydro infusion from sword, claymore, and polearms, but you would get the buff toward normal attacks. So yeah, it wouldn't be that bad. It wouldn't be a bad combination, but especially if you didn't have Yunjin. If you didn't have Yunjin, then yeah, go ahead and use Candace. She's gonna buff your character, and you avoid the hydro infusion. But the thing is that if you do have Yunjin, where's my Yunjin? There she is. Yunjins, since it's so easy to buff defense for Yunjin, especially if you had constellations. If you had constellations for Yunjin, then Yunjin's buff, no matter what, is going to be bigger than Candace's. Due to C2 buffing normal attack damage by 15%, and if you went as far as C6, it's already looking like a better buff due to attack speed increase. That's what I'm getting to. If you do have Yunjin, then for normal attackers, and especially if you have constellations for Yunjin, it's going to be a bigger buff. So, but if you don't have Yunjin, then go for it. She's your next best damn it, if I can talk. She's your next best option. It's just that if you're trying to use your main DPS as a sword, claymore, or polearm, you have to worry about that hydro infusion. You got to consider if you can work around it, or if you can build into it. I mean, there are some other neat tricks. One neat trick I saw, and I kind of thought about it, was pairing it with D-Luke. Swap back and forth between normal attacks and the skill attack. That way you can apply Hydra with the normal attack, and then when you switch to the skill, just smash and vape. So So there are some funny little niche things you can do with it.
Fly over grass. You can feel
Oh,
the
and my other thing with fucking Kujo Sara, since you brought it up. Oh, well, Kujo Sara. The problem with her is that, yeah, you can build a. Her shield is tanky. I'll give you that. You can do some neat things with the shield, like try to tank boss attacks. With Kujo Sara, she can work as a good buff sub DPS role, but the problem is that you absolutely have to have C2, or that working around passing the buff will be annoying as absolute hell. The other thing that makes Kujo Sara a little bit more valuable is her C6 passing on 60% more crit damage. That's like the one big thing. Is that C6 makes Kujo Sara a lot better, and like I said, C2 is almost mandatory. You literally have to have her C2. So that's the thing about Kujo. Yeah, her C6 is nuts due to that crit damage buff. And that's one thing I think is kind of shitty about Kujo Sara, is that to make her good, it's almost mandatory to have C2, and C6 just really makes her 10 times better. If you don't have C2 and you don't have like C6, I mean, if you at the very least have C2, you can work around it. But without C2, without her second constellation, Kujo Sara is almost trash.
Think you can bully me?
Into the wind.
Diana special! Access denied. Shake and stir!
The wind knows me. One with wind and cloud.
For Rex Lepus!
Hip hop. Why? Why is that not broken yet?
To the wind.
There, fuck.
Mind the deluge. Cascade.
Oh yeah. Alright, where are we at? Exactly 12. Alright. Now I just gotta craft 6 purple rocks and we're ready to make this man level 80.
Let's go, let's go! Ha, I'm here!
There we go. Alright, where's this guy at? Level up. There we go. And we got our free wish. Now we just gotta work on this dude's artifacts. Get his talents up a little bit. I was actually starting to get annoyed by that song. Going to run Nobly. Hey, that's a good. That would be a good combo. Buff normal attacks, then activate the ult. When you pop the ult, you're gonna be buffing normal attacks and giving everybody a 20% attack bonus. I think it's 20%. Is it 20%? Yeah, it's 20%.
Wizard tail. Archon.
Yeah, I did. When I checked that out yesterday, I will say that that was a decent team they threw together, because it showed you at least the potential that you could do with Candace, which was pop the ult, and with characters like Kaya, you could activate his ult and then do almost a perma-freeze thing, but with Kaya with the Hydro Infusion. So it was at least, they at least did a good job showing you what kind of team compositions you could at least do with Candace. And that's the thing. I'm not trying to bash on Candace, but my point is not to bash on her. My point is to say that she fills a very niche role, and that's the same thing Yun Jin. That's my criticism toward Yun Jin, is that Yun Jin does really good at the one thing that she does, which is buffing normal attacks. But like I said, it's just a niche role. There's nothing wrong with being in a niche position. Like Goro. I love Goro, but outside of a Geo team with Arataki Ito, he has no other role. So that's the thing. I think my criticism may come off a little negative, but there's nothing wrong with filling a niche position. It just means that that's that one thing you're good at. So just do that one thing that you're good at. Alright, I got sidetracked on what I was doing. Oh yeah. I'm gonna need more of the purple gold things. So I think right now I just need to get, in a few days I'll be able to get him to 90. And then I just need to get this man better artifacts. And then he'll be ready to roll. That's where I'm at. Alright. And I think today's not those. No, today's not those. Alright. What are we gonna get? Nothing! Oh, did the storm get... Oh, no, it hasn't. When's it gonna reset? Oh, in 2 days it resets. Okay, cool. Oh, I have one. Achievements! When the electro spine emits a beam of thunder, paralyze it. Oh, okay, cool. Do kind of like a Hu Tao build, only Hydro with yeah, you're maybe doing a Hydro Hu Tao with Candace. Yeah, that's basically what I'm trying to say. Yeah, a Hydro Hu Tao. Alright. So here we're gonna do something fun. I haven't fought the bosses yet, so I just want to at least hop in here and try them out. Let's try out these new bosses. That's when you kind of gotta walk to. Motherfucker. Give me this stuff. Okay. Ah, the big mechanical dinosaur. Alright, how do I want to go about kicking your ass? Let's smash him with physical... a physical guillotine. Alright, mechanical chicken.
You can't run.
Perpetual motion GL Fab. Aeon Blight Drake. Okay, that's it. That's at least a neat name.
Judgment.
You bitch.
Let's light it. Yeah. Beg for mercy.
Alright. Pop this one more time.
Judgment.
Get down here. Fight me. Fight me.
Stabilize.
Adventure time.
I wonder what that's talking about. Okay, you just shoot shitloads of ammo trying to has it. His geo resonance increased. Okay, resistance I mean increased.
You can't run.
Alright, now you're dead.
Go in.
Gather.
Lights out. Vengeance will be mine. Shudder. I condemn you.
Alright, that was nice.
I will have order.
Yeah. Beg for mercy. Punishment. Shudder.
This guy is really just, you just beat the fuck out of him. That's all he is. You just beat the fuck out of him. Motherfucker. Why won't you climb this? I didn't think that would work. Get over here! Let me fight you! Oh, that was 10k on that attack. That was pretty nice.
Gather.
Fight me! So that guy's pretty simple. You just beat him out till he dies. Kind of like the, there's not. You didn't really even have that many mechanics. He's not like the perpetual mechanical array where he has like an immune phase and you gotta beat the fuck out of its minions to bring him back. Okay, your typical boss. All right, let's fight the new floating thing that shoots. My face. All right, so I'll give you an update on this. So for now, I'm not gonna have face cam until I'm able to sit down. About a couple weeks ago, I had a surgery done, and so for now, I pretty much had to lay down or stand up in order to play games for a long period of time. So, like for example, streaming, which is a long gaming session, only I'm streaming it. I have to either lay down or sit down. Whenever I do videos, though, I just kind of sit on my knees.
All right then, I'll teach you. Oh yes, I'll teach you all right. Mark my words.
So for now, I don't. For now, when I stream, I won't have my face cam on just because I'm laying down, and I don't think laying down would be that wouldn't be that cool to see on face cam.
Teamwork is strength. Yeah. Beg for mercy. Blood of frost. Eye for an eye.
Stabilize.
Okay, but yeah, in time, face cam will come back. Oh, what's this shit?
This is order.
Shudder. Shiver.
You used to hit the electric component. Okay. Well, unfortunately, I don't have Electro on this team, so that's not gonna happen.
Beg for mercy.
Ah, laser!
Everybody stand! Lights out. Yeah! Freeze to the core. Shudder.
Use Electro on some. Oh, this thing? I think you want me to use Electro on that thing? Okay.
Order guide you. Solidify.
Oh, he telegraphs his attacks. Okay.
Judgment. Let's light it up. I'm going in. You can't run. Shiver.
Stabilize.
Yeah.
Oh, that guy's gone. Okay, so not too many mechanics. I think maybe just because I brute forced him. But it looked like he had some mechanics to his attacks, like where it's I had to use Electro on some shit. Okay. So now I'm going to continue on with the story. Archon quest. So I left off where Alhaitham and Cyno had their little coming together moment where they realized they're not like, they shouldn't be dicks to each other. And then they obviously have their own agendas. And apparently the sages are even more shady than we expected. And that we found out what's going on with Scaramouche. At least we have an idea of what's going on with Scaramouche. Okay, but that's pretty much where I left off.
Although I've sent myself into exile, I'm still doing essentially the same things as before.
Oh, sorry.
Do you still have any questions for me before we start our investigation?
Why do they refer to the mad scholars as village keepers? Yeah, that is kind of an interesting
One of my
question.
former subordinates told me that this title has its origins in a strange incident. The academia has long exiled mad scholars to Aru village. A mysterious phenomenon exists here. When mad scholars first arrive, they are as incoherent and deranged as before. But after spending some time here, they invariably begin to calm down. Initially, the people of Aru village greatly resented having to take in the mad scholars. But a strange incident one night changed that. Aru village was struck by the strongest earthquake in living memory. Seeing buildings on the verge of collapse all around him, the then chief of the village was preparing to take everyone to safety. Suddenly, he noticed a mad scholar crouching in a corner, caressing the ground with his hands. A soft, green light radiated from him, like a divine glow against the backdrop of night.
Hey, Mr. Krabs. Thank you. Thanks for hopping in here. Thanks for hanging out. It's fun chatting with you again, my man. And you have a good night. You sleep well, dude. Again, I appreciate you hopping in here.
Despite the powerful tremors that ripped through the ground that night, all the houses remained upright, almost as if they had grown roots reaching deep into the ground. In the end, not a single building collapsed, and no one was hurt. After that, the people of Aru village treated the mad scholars with greater kindness, and began to refer to them as the village keepers.
A soft green light? A mad scholar protecting Aru village? What do you make of it, traveler?
Hey, man, I appreciate it. I'll do my best to get better. Good night, man. That is true. Only one person would be capable of that.
Paimon thinks so too. Actually, Cyno, do you know if any of the mad scholars continued to wear their Akasha terminals at Aru village?
In theory, they would continue wearing them so the academia could still monitor their activities. With that said, the main Akasha system would no longer have any interaction with them.
Oh, no wonder! Everything makes sense then! Add in the fact that they calmed down, it was probably Nahida who calmed them.
If you are able to draw a conclusion from this one story alone, then it appears you possess much more information than I do.
I just happen to learn things.
What do you make of the story?
Lesser Lord Kusanali was the one who protected the village. Does that
Really?
make sense?
Lesser Lord Kusanali.
What? You don't believe us? Lesser Lord Kusanali was definitely using the Akasha to give her power to the mad scholars!
No, it's not so much that I don't believe you. I'm just struck by your reasoning. Lesser Lord Kusanali, the current Dendro Archon. Is she really active in Sumeru? The academia has always placed far greater importance on the late Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. They've more or less ignored Lesser Lord Kusanali, and I've never had any reason to doubt their views. In addition, I've never heard any stories about Lesser Lord Kusanali and her deeds. To me, She might as well have been a god that never existed.
No way! Nahida definitely exists! She's a... How should Paimon put it? She's a good archon who's kind and wise. Even if she says weird stuff sometimes.
We saved Sumeru City together in the not-so-distant past.
I've spent many years interrogating criminals, so I can easily tell when someone is lying.
Good! Then you should know that we're telling the truth.
That look in your eyes. I've never seen that from a liar. You two really must have met Lesser Lord Kusanali. How can this be? To think, our Archon has been amongst us this entire time.
Alright, now it's our turn to put our skills to good use for this investigation.
Yeah.
But easier said than done, especially since we don't have any leads. Maybe we can start by knocking on some doors.
Excuse me, are you here to help me find my grandpa?
I don't know. Do I need to find your
Who
grandpa?
are you?
By the sounds of it, a resident of this village.
My name is Isak. You'll
You have a
help me
funny
find
name.
my grandpa, right?
Is your grandpa a mad scholar?
Hey, don't say that. Grandpa is just Grandpa. Why do you have to call him that? It's not like he's a bad person or anything.
The person you're referring to is not a local, yet you are. Why do you call him Grandpa?
Grandpa is just Grandpa. He's my family. I heard everything you said to the village chief. Please, you gotta take me with you. I want to find my grandpa. I swear I'll help. I won't be a nuisance.
Ah, so you're the one who was eavesdropping on us around the village chief's house. I was planning to go out and take care of whoever it was, but I had a vague feeling that they didn't harbor any ill intent.
Whoa. Ethan wasn't kidding about Matra having sharp senses. Cyno, he's just a kid. All he wants is to find his grandpa. Let's find a way to help him.
Sorry. I was only listening in because I wanted to know where Grandpa went. Honest. If you don't believe me, you can ask Miss Candace.
Yeah, I guess we should help him,
All
Cyno.
right. But first, let's confirm the facts with Candace.
Where's Candace at? Okay, she's up here, okay. I guess we gotta chat with Candace to see, what we need to learn from this.
Off we go.
Candace, where you at? Oh, well, yeah, we might need that too. Nice.
Cyno is super vigilant. Is this what all the Matra are like?
Paranoid as fuck.
Ah, you're back already.
We just wanted to confirm something with you. Do you know a boy by the name of Isak?
I had a feeling he'd go looking for you.
Huh? You knew this would happen?
Yes. Although he tried his best to stay hidden, I still noticed him eavesdropping outside the window. He really wants to get his grandfather back. Isak's parents were both Aramite mercenaries who rarely returned to the village after finding employment in the city. He was raised by his grandfather. Unfortunately, it was only a few years before his grandpa passed away. Isak was still very young at the time, so various families in the village took turns caring for him so he could survive. Later, an elderly mad scholar arrived at the village. Isak thought the scholar bore a striking resemblance to his grandfather, and thus often spied on the man. However, The scholar was unkempt in appearance and incoherent in speech. Although Isak referred to the man as his grandpa, he was afraid and didn't dare to approach him. One summer night, the oft mumbling and bumbling grandpa suddenly calmed down and seemed to become more lucid. He even noticed Isak hiding in the distance. So Grandpa walked up to Isak and patted him on the head. He even took Isak to the entrance of the village, where he patiently taught the boy the names of the stars, and accompanied Isak until he fell asleep. The next morning, Isak woke up and wanted to go find his grandpa again, only to realize his grandpa no longer recognized him. However, even so, Grandpa retained his calm expression. It's said that those who saw the scholar claimed he no longer appeared to be crazy, but appeared to be living in his own world, almost as if he were sleepwalking. Isak was thrilled that his grandpa was able to find peace, and would follow him all the time, asking him things like, "Grandpa, want me to take you somewhere fun?" Or, "Grandpa, could you tell me stories about the stars again?"
All this somehow just makes Paimon feel really sad. It seems like they both deserve so much better.
Perhaps. Nearly everyone who lives in the desert has some form of hardship or regret. But even so, we must still continue on with our lives. It's also my reason for fighting. I must continue to protect this land.
Maybe the people have always had a considerate god watching over them.
Huh? What did you say, Cyno?
No, nothing. As long as Isak keeps his word and doesn't get in our way, we can take him along.
Perhaps you are more compassionate than I gave you credit for. Please accept my thanks on Isak's behalf, Cyno.
So, yeah, I think it's pretty... Just out of the sake of doing something nice, we probably should have the kid out, but I do not agree with taking the kid with us. Taking a child out into the dangerous
We've cleared everything up.
outside the
Let's go find
city
your grandpa.
is not a good idea.
Really? Wow! Thank you so much!
We'll find your grandpa and it'll be cool.
Yeah!
Alright. Let's ask the local residents some questions first.
Why can't we just go out there and just go look for him?
Excuse me, did you happen to see where the missing scholars went?
You mean the village keepers? Oh, let me think. When I was eating dinner the other day, I saw one of them by the side of the road, muttering away and eating mushrooms and tree roots. They shouldn't go around eating that kind of stuff.
Okay. Did you notice anything else?
Anything else? No, I think that's all I have to tell you. Sorry.
I guess we go this way. Yep. Hello.
The scholars that have gone missing. Have you seen them?
Those eyes. Those fierce eyes. You look like a real fighter.
Don't change the subject.
Right. You were asking about the the mad scholars. I think it's been a few days since I last saw them. I usually go to bed pretty early, so I'm not too familiar with what goes on at night. But honestly, I feel quite sympathetic towards them. Even though they act a little strange, they've helped me in the past. If it weren't for them, my house would have collapsed long ago.
Do you also think Grandpa and the others are good people?
Grandpa? Oh, hello there. It's little Isak. You mean that nice man who looks like your grandpa's long-lost twin, right? He was actually the one who protected my house. I saw it with my own eyes. He happened to be staying near my house that day and was doing something with his hands on the ground. It still feels pretty surreal now that I think back on it. Did someone teach them how to do that? Well, whatever the case, I'll always be thankful to him and whoever taught him to look out for others. I'm pretty sure that if I ever went mad, I wouldn't be able to do anything like that.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna go talk to someone over here.
Adventure time.
What's up, dude?
Sir, have you seen my grandpa recently? You know, the one who likes to sit and space out near the village entrance.
Oh, well, if it isn't Isak. Oh, your grandpa, huh? It's been a while. The last time I saw him, he was spacing out by the road as usual. I went and asked him if he'd like any of the food I had prepared, despite my wife's protests. Like many people, she's really quite terrified of them. And speaking of my wife, she's still always complaining about how I don't make enough mora. Might explain why she's always mad at me.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for taking care of him.
It was nothing. Hey, you're looking for him, right? Did he go for a walk and get lost?
Yeah.
That's no good. Well, once you found him, come by my place again and I'll cook a little something for the both of you. I've known you since you were very young. So as far as I'm concerned, you're family.
You really
Please
like to
feel
get
free to come by anytime.
You really like to trail off on side tangents.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Huh?
Looks like Cyno's noticed something.
Don't say anything for now. Isak, stay here. Let's head over there. Stay quiet as you move.
King... The Scarlet King and the Three Magi. Cyno? I don't know where you went. There's an Eremite. I'm gonna change my team. I want my Dendro team.
Join the Eremites. Embrace a wonderful new life.
Listen, see if you can make out what they're saying.
Have you heard? The mighty Scarlet King, the sovereign of our faith, will soon return to this world.
Yes, of course I have. The Scarlet King is the one and only true ruler of this land. I've never believed in any other gods. Still, you say he's coming back, but it sure doesn't feel like life's about to change around here anytime soon. What's your proof?
Haven't you noticed? The village has been getting more deranged scholars than ever. Delavar was saying that many people also went insane just before the fall of the Scarlet King's civilization in ancient times. We don't quite know why, but it seems like there's some sort of connection between insanity and the Scarlet King. Isn't it a sign of the Scarlet King's power that all the mad scholars have disappeared? If you ask me, they must have been chosen as the final sacrifice for the Scarlet King's resurrection.
Huh. Now that you say it, that does make some sense.
Are you sure about
Does this
that?
mean our lives are finally going to take a
I
turn
feel like
for
you're
the
just
better?
loosely connecting
Exactly.
dots
Those city
with the
folks will get what's
loosest
coming
and
to them.
tiniest threads ever.
Now, repeat everything you've just said from the very beginning.
Huh?
Who are you? Where did you come from?
My patience is running thin. You heard what I asked.
Shit.
Bro, this guy's something else. Just look at his eyes. One wrong move, and he's gonna flay us alive.
Let's not get on his bad side, okay? I am no match for this guy.
Oh, okay, good sir. What is it you would like to know?
Tell me about the Scarlet King's resurrection.
Well, I only know a few things from hearsay. I went for a drink the other day and heard others talking about a rumor that the madmen will disappear, and that the Scarlet King will return to this land. I'm not making this up, I swear!
Hey, go on. Keep talking.
It's true. It's all true, sir. We desert folk have had more than enough of those people at the academia. They keep sending us all their mad scholars and won't let us have a good life. Would you want to live like this if you were in our place? The radicals were even more thrilled than me when they heard the news. We're all praying for the Scarlet King's speedy return. Delavar also said that once the Scarlet King returns to our side, it's only a matter of time before we conquer the land on the other side of the wall. They're all willing to serve under the Scarlet King and fight for a share of the glory.
Is that so?
Seems like he still wants to know more. Keep talking.
Got it. At first, I told myself it was just the drink talking, but then all the mad scholars vanished without a trace, just as the rumors said. Please don't beat me up just for mentioning these rumors. If I'm guilty, then everyone else around here is also guilty. I'm just saying what the others said.
The people here really like the Scarlet King, but dislike the Dendro Archon.
The academia is probably the true target of their hatred, though.
Where is this radical person you talked about?
I haven't run into him over the past few days, so he probably hasn't been around the village. What about you, man? Have you seen him at all?
No, not at all. We wouldn't dare lie to you. He's really not here right now.
Sounds like you're not too close with the radicals.
No, of course not. All we know are their names.
I have many ways to stop you from talking, and many others to stop you from sending warning messages. So you'd best just stay home and hope I don't hear of you trying to contact anybody. Don't do anything until I've gotten to the bottom of this. Try something foolish, and even Candace won't be able to protect you.
Yes, got it. We'll do just as you say.
That scared Paimon half to death. Cyno is pretty terrifying. He didn't try to reassure us at all. It's like he's used to hearing that. Oh, Paimon bets lots of people have told him that before.
All the more reason you don't want to get on his bad side, Paimon.
I heard that.
Sorry.
It's part of being a Matra. The rumor we heard just now seems like a strong lead, but we need to check a few more places.
Maybe we should check the scholars' homes.
Very
some
well.
clues.
Isaac!
I'm here.
Where's your grandpa's house?
Well, I can take you there. Just follow me.
I don't think children actually run like that.
Grandpa? Oh, he likes to be alone. Sometimes he stares at the sky in a daze, and other times he just pokes at the ground with his fingers. Every now and then, he yells out at the top of his lungs, so a lot of people are really scared of him. But he's a good person, really. I know he is. I swear, he's just like my real grandpa.
That's real nice. I'm not sure if your relationship with this guy is healthy for your mental state and all.
Oh, this is where Grandpa usually stays.
There sure isn't much here.
Apparently I smell something. Cyno, did you smell anything?
No.
Okay. Never mind then.
Incense? Please don't say it's the same one as before.
It's probably that one, the one that makes me go high.
But are you okay? Are you getting dizzy or need to lie down?
There's a scent that you can sense, but I can't.
A certain traveler here once passed out from that smell. Thankfully, Tighnari saved the day. And then he gave us a long lecture to explain all about how it worked.
So, you know Tainari?
That is correct.
You know him too? Are you two friends?
Yes. Now that I concentrate, I can also make out the scent of incense.
Wait, surely Tainari didn't lecture you too?
No. No need.
The traveler can't handle this scent very well.
Did you first encounter this scent at Tainari's house?
No, it's in a forest nearby.
In the forest. From a scholar.
Let's keep looking for clues. Apparently there's nothing in this stuff. Yeah. Oh yeah, footprints, yeah. Maybe we should follow the footprints. It actually wants us to stay here. What do you got, Cyno? I mean, we already looked at the footprints.
What are you looking for, Cyno?
Here it is. Take
What
a
did
look right here.
Is it the footprints?
Paimon doesn't see anything.
Although the traces have been completely buried in the sand, there are footprints here. From the size and shape, they belong to an adult male. This pattern is a common one from this area. Local shoes. This was probably someone from the village. The scent is quite faint, but still extant. The footprints head in the direction of the door.
You mean someone else has been here?
But who would come looking for Grandpa? He doesn't have any friends.
We'd have to ask whoever lured him away with the incense.
Ah. So you mean he was kidnapped?
Huh? So you can lure someone away with just a scent?
You get lured. Apparently, Traveler's gonna give Paimon shit and tell her she gets lured by food all the time.
Hey! What's wrong with liking good food? Everyone's got something they love in life.
Exactly. Most scholars are fond of incense, since the smell supposedly helps them clear their minds and discover new knowledge. Even deep within the clutches of madness, they still yearn for their knowledge-seeking days, and will follow the scent whenever it presents itself.
No, Grandpa.
So, someone's taking advantage of their weakness? Huh. Still, why would anyone want to abduct all the scholars?
Apparently it's to resurrect the Scarlet King.
Are the rumors really true?
Well, this is the only lead we have so far.
Could the disappearance of all the mad scholars have something to do with the radicals?
It's highly likely.
Please, you have to save my Grandpa. Grandpa's never done anything wrong. Please help him.
Sounds like we'd better help get him back. Don't you worry, Isak. We won't let whoever took him get away with it.
Let's head to Aru Village and inform Candace and the others about what we learned here. After that, we'll set off to find the scholars.
Sounds like a plan, man. Fast travel. Well, that was easy.
Right.
Oh,
Darker
yeah.
fabric definitely looks a lot better. That'd be my choice, too.
We're back, Candace. We've got a lot to tell you.
Ah, welcome back.
Sounds like everyone's friends already.
Oh, Dia's here too.
You bet. So, everything goes smoothly?
Reasonably.
Alhaitham didn't go with you?
We haven't seen him at all.
Huh. I saw him around the village entrance earlier and figured he was investigating with you. I guess he must have gone off on his own.
Did you find out anything useful?
We tell Candace and Dia what we learned so
I
far.
see. So someone used a kind of incense to lead the exiled scholars away from the village.
The resurrection of the Scarlet King? First I've heard of it. Far as I know, the kind of incense you just mentioned is only popular beyond the wall.
There's a snooper!
Scholars are fond of it, but as you can see, there aren't many scholars still studying around these parts. No seller would be able to make a profit here. Not to mention, making incense is a labor-intensive process. You won't see anybody in the desert with the patience to make or sell something that requires that kind of effort. It seems someone from beyond the wall must have been supporting this.
Makes sense.
So what should we do then? Do we go back to the academia and search for leads there?
If it was any other day, that would be your next logical step. But today, you've got me on your team, so you get an extra tip. Didn't you say that the villager got his news from the tavern? Well, I also like to drink at the tavern, so I know a thing or two about these radicals he mentioned.
If Paimon remembers correctly, the leader of the radicals is some guy called Delavar.
Ah, yeah. Delavar, the scar-riddled bandit, Engur, the wide-eyed butcher, and Jabari, the duck-tailed bearded crook. The whole lot of them are known around these parts.
Looks like these names are
These guys have
familiar.
one thing in common, and that's being broke. The rougher life gets, the more they want to believe in the Scarlet King. Way they see it, the Scarlet King's resurrection is their only chance at overthrowing the academia. Throwing all of Sumeru into chaos is the only way to change the way of life here in the desert. Anyway, that's my guess why they've chosen to become radicals.
Tia! You're amazing! You really know this place inside and out!
But Dia, I... Okay, apparently
No
Traveler's
merc
going
can
to be
afford
quiet
to
because
slack off
she
on gathering
feels like
intelligence.
Dia's trying
Every
to
more I've spent in the
tell
tavern
her
has been a
something.
valuable investment.
Let's head out.
Now hold on, you're staying right here, Cyno.
Why?
Aru Village is not a big place. Outsiders stand out here like a sore thumb.
Oh, I get her
bet word
plan.
about you has already gotten out. The desert is unforgiving, so the way of life here is also a lot tougher than on the outside of the wall. You survive on making connections out here. Compared to you, mercs like me are just third-rate amateurs. I've got no actual fighting skills to speak of. But that also makes it a whole lot easier for me to gain the locals' trust. I need to go around and ask some questions, but it'll be difficult if you're with me.
Fine.
Good, then we've got a plan. The Traveler and Paimon will go to Caravan Rebot with me, and we'll try our best to figure out where the Mad Scholars have been taken. Cyno, you'll have to stay in the village and continue investigating on your own.
Alright, sounds like a plan!
Yeah, she was onto the snooper.
Cyno, please don't take offense. I'm sure Dia just wants to help everyone solve their problem as quickly as possible. That's why she can be so straightforward at times.
I don't mind.
Ah, I see. Well, from the way you were staring out into the distance, I thought you might have been mulling over Dia's words.
No, I'm used to being treated that way. It's natural to fear strength. I take no objection to it.
Well, he took her telling him to stay put as a compliment. Okay. There's a... It's probably on top of that. God damn it.
I suppose wisdom is also
Yeah, if I had to take a guess, that Dendroculus is probably all the way up there. Huh, wait, did I see it? No, it's over there. Okay, shit. Alright, I thought I had to climb all the way to the top of that thing for that thing.
Join the Eremites and embrace a wonderful new life.
Alright, up here. Ah, shit. Come on. Come on! Don't make me have to get... You're making me have to get out Kazuha. You're making me have to do it. I might have one other idea. I just gotta wait for my stamina to come back. Okay. There we go. Alright, now let's fast travel. Alright, let's see what's going on.
Well, here we are again.
Sounds like you're starting to get familiar with the area.
Paimon's amazed every time we see the wall of Samiel. How can a wall this tall even exist? It's almost unreal.
I know what you mean. I had the same question every time I walked this way when I was a kid. Also, why is this high wall here? And can a wall really block sandstorms? It was only after I grew up that I realized the Wall of Samiel isn't just there to keep out the sandstorms. It serves a more important purpose, keeping out people like us. Sumeru is run by wise and mighty sages. To them, us desert dwellers are nothing but tools that can be used and discarded at their whim. We're cheap labor, like livestock, but easier to control. Nothing more. Even if a child from the desert got the chance to obtain an Akasha terminal, almost all their requests for knowledge would be denied. The academia believes we're underserving. Geniuses like Sataria are one in a million. The other children never get a single chance to try and rewrite their fate, even though the academia knows very well that we're humans, just as they are.
But they're just a bunch of dicks.
That's terrible.
I would tear down this wall with my own hands if I could.
And the traveler understands how she feels.
Hey, Thea. You're not thinking about doing anything scary, are you?
No, not at all. This place just gets me thinking, that's all. Besides, we're here to procure information, aren't we?
Yep, we gotta catch those.
Shut up, Paimon.
Caravan Rebot is crawling with people, so be careful what you say. We don't want anyone to find out what we're here for. Our mission started the moment we arrived here. Let's go check out the tavern. Maybe we'll find someone I know.
Sounds good. Alright guys, I'm gonna step away for a minute, so I'll be right. to step away, use the restroom, grab me something a little bit to snack on because I'm starting to get a little hungry. So, just to recap, we are looking for this one boy's grandpa because he has a connection to what's probably going on in the desert when it comes to the people trying to resurrect the Scarlet King. And like I said in my last stream, I feel like the resurrection of the Scarlet King is not actually them trying to resurrect the Scarlet King, but it has something to do with whatever's going on with Scaramouche. So yeah, that's what I think's going on. And now the Traveler and Dia are going over here to this outpost to head to this bar to maybe get some information about the people that have been the radicals, the people trying to...
Just our luck. None of them are here today.
Okay, apparently they're not here.
You don't see anyone you know?
Dia, is that you? What a coincidence. You here for a drink too?
Zaki. Finally, a friendly face.
Oh, and who do you have with you here? Guests from another land?
Hello. Nice to meet you.
Hello, hello. I'm Zaki. Dia's, how would you put it? Drinking buddy?
We've had drinks together a few times. You could say we go back a ways. Anyway,
Oh,
as far as my
really?
friends here, they aren't too shabby, are they? You rarely see any Outlanders so friendly and respectful nowadays.
Absolutely. Much better than those people on the other side of the wall. So, Dia, are you looking for someone?
Yeah. Have you seen Enger, Delavar, or Jabari recently?
Of course I have. Matter of fact, we were all here drinking together just a few days ago.
I've got a spice trading deal from another nation. I thought maybe Delavar and his friends might be interested. Know where I could find him?
Ah, how thoughtful of you. Then I assume you also know that Delavar's been having a hard time making ends meet these days. So, you came here to help him out?
Hey, keep it down. Let's just say I prefer to keep this deal a secret. Y'all at Caravan Rebot are like family. If there's more to be made, why not do it together? Besides, Delavar and his friends have muscle. They'd be a good fit for escorting the goods.
Yes, how considerate of you. Delavar's my friend too, so of course I can take you to him. Come with me.
I wonder if Dia's working this guy, because I don't feel like that was part of the plan. Or at least I feel like she's working this guy, even though they are good friends. Like, she told him pretty much only half truths. So, go to the place Zaki mentioned, which happens to be right over here. Right.
Are we there yet?
Yep, this is the place.
This place is practically deserted. What are they doing in a place like this?
Why don't you take a guess? Go on, a wild stab in the dark. You're like lambs to the slaughter.
Oh, you were setting us up. I thought you guys said you were friends, Dia. Dia, you said you guys were friends. What kind of friend tries to kill you?
About Zaki.
Come on, Dia. You really think we didn't hear about what you said back in Aru Village?
Oh.
The boys have kept a close eye on you from the moment you set foot there. Not only do I know that you're looking for Delavar, I also know that you've teamed up with people from the academia to look for the missing scholars.
Okay.
So, you've been watching us from the very beginning?
Uh-oh. Paimon knew leaving Cyno behind was a mistake.
No, this is all part of the plan,
Strongest
Paimon.
one in the village, didn't ya? Who do you think you are? You really thought we'd fall for your little business deal nonsense?
So you and Delavar have been partners all along.
Dia, I guess it's only natural for a traveling mercenary like you to be out of the loop. Those of us who hang around the tavern have stronger bonds than you think. But you got one thing right. We're all looking forward to an uprising in Sumeru. There's nothing more we'd like to see than the desert folk overthrowing the academia.
If that's the case, then I'm sure Delavar wouldn't miss a second of it.
I'll be honest with you. If it weren't for what you said in the village, your little monologue about the Wall of Samiel would have convinced me that you're one of us.
Delavar. And Enger, you're here too, huh?
Long time no see, Miss Mercenary. You should have known the traitors are what us followers of the Scarlet King despise the most.
Dia, I thought that you, a fellow desert dweller, would understand that the Scarlet King is greater than the Dendro Archon. Little did I know, you don't deserve to join us.
Yeah, gee, what a missed opportunity. Adopting radical views and kidnapping innocent scholars, all because of some baseless rumors. Anything else I'm missing out on?
See? There you have it. Mercenaries are just a bunch of faithless scum with only one thing on their minds. Mora. Pathetic. You're all like a pack of street rats.
You're not wrong. Mercenaries are driven by Mora, and my faith lies with whoever's paying me. As long as there's a profit to be made, anyone can become my friend.
Enough talking! Get him!
Looks like we're gonna throw down.
Just as I expected. Let's teach him a lesson, traveler.
Following orders.
Exterminate! Come on out. Right now.
Alright.
Lightning, purify!
Really? The guy's gonna... He's gonna fight us with his fist?
Can't see?
Okay.
A sight to behold.
You're up.
Emerge, right now.
Think about it. That was the easiest, like, showdown ever.
How could you?
So, what do you think about your meticulous network now, Zaki? How did you say it? It's only natural for a traveling mercenary like me to be out of the loop. I'm guessing your informant told you that I'm just an incompetent merc with no real fighting skills, correct? I mean, that is what I said after all. And of course, you would believe everything he reported. The only thing you know about me is that I'm a mercenary, but you've never seen me in action. Even though you heard we went to handle monsters together, you believed that Candace was the only one doing all the real fighting. That so-called Flame Mane is just a fraud. She admitted it herself. She just uses her connections to gain the trust of others. That's what you thought, right?
You lied in the village because you figured that we'd have people watching you.
And you were stupid enough
Technically,
to
I was the
fall
one that
for
did all
it.
the fighting.
I figured as much the first time we drank together. You all thought you were so smart. Pathetic. Okay, that should be all of them.
Whoa! So you've been planning this since we were in Aru Village?
No task can be done without preparation. I just happened to notice a couple suspicious-looking people while you were out investigating.
Oh, but instead of catching them right away, you let them report back.
Those two who were snooping around were just a couple small fries. If we want to get the real catch, we have to be patient and give it some time.
So the names that you mentioned.
Oh, you mean the funny names she mentioned back in Uncle Ampu's house? The wide-eyed butcher, Scar-Riddled bandit, Paimon can't remember them all.
That's just a bunch of drunk talk. Edgar and Delavar like to talk themselves up when they're drinking. Edgar, the wide-eyed butcher, and Delavar, the scar-riddled bandit, are the nicknames they came up with for themselves. Alcohol has a way of making people share what they really think. So Edgar and Delavar are always rambling in the tavern about how the Scarlet King is a superior deity.
What about Zaki?
He's just a numbskull who fell right into our trap. Zaki was probably the best hidden of them all. My initial plan was to find Delavar first, and then try to track him down.
So who is the ducktail bearded crook?
That's what you wanted to ask when we were at Uncle Anpu's house, right? Jabari is one of the villagers you talked to. You know, the one who wanted to treat Isak and his grandpa to some food.
Wait, so he's a radical too?
No, he isn't. I just needed to tack on a random villager name to make the eavesdropper think that I was making some wild guesses based on my impressions.
Wow, what a genius idea! Well, that's an expert mercenary for ya.
Ah, you're too kind. It was straight from the usual playbook, if I'm honest.
So, that thing you were saying before, is it really true?
About what?
About how mercenaries only care about Mora, and that anyone's a friend as long as there's a profit.
Does that bother you?
It's just that I don't think you're that kind of person. Like, you aren't completely all about Mora.
What makes you so sure?
Because even without an employer, you're still helping us out. Yeah, we got ya.
Yeah? Do you dislike the Dendro Archon like the other desert folk?
You two are pretty sharp. No, I don't have anything against the Dendro Archon. I've heard a lot of nice things about the Lesser Lord from Dunyarzad. I can understand her devotion and gratitude. Dunyarzad's just an ordinary person. There's no way a god would be so involved in the lives of everyday people unless they were truly compassionate.
You'd be surprised by this one.
That the sages are behind everything that's happened recently. The radicals' blind belief in the Scarlet King, making the Dendro Archon out to be an enemy. It's all the academia's trickery. But I see through it all. And unlike them, I can never be hostile towards anyone who's never done anything wrong.
Dia.
Anyway, looks like we're done with business here. Traveler, lend me a hand. Let's tie him up and bring him to the village.
I guess. Oh, okay, we just skipped to going over
This should be all
here.
of them. I'll let you take it from here.
All right. I'll be in touch. Until then, please stand by.
Candace, do you need any help?
Candace will be okay on her own. I trust her, so you can too. She's been guarding Aru village for quite some time now. If anyone is qualified to question the offenders, it's her.
While I'm questioning them, why don't you pass some time by exploring the area?
I'll meet you back here tomorrow morning, Traveler.
Sounds like I'm gonna be skipping some time.
As for these idiots, let's just hope they live to see another day.
Wait until next morning around 6 o'clock to 12 o'clock. Ooh, we can eavesdrop. Okay.
You heard the question. Now answer me. You heard the question. Now answer me.
Okay, she's just beating the fuck out of him. Okay.
Candace is an expert at dealing with people like this. All we have to do is wait for her word.
So when she's interrogating her people, she's just going ham, man. She's just fucking them up. get some achievements. What? I thought I got them all. Oh, there's one right here. Okay. Okay. What's going on,
Hey,
Thea?
Right on time.
So, did we learn anything from the criminals?
We'll know any moment now.
Simon's been wondering. You seem to know Candace pretty well. Have you been friends for a long time?
We've known each other for some time now. She's a pretty interesting person. Even though she's an extremely strong warrior, she never misuses her powers against others.
Oh, Paimon knows what you mean. Like a lot of martial artists say, never take the fight outside the ring.
Yep, I guess you can put it that way. It takes strong convictions to be as dedicated as she is, and shoulder that kind of responsibility. Us mercs, on the other hand, we pretty much live from one day to the next.
Well, Paimon thinks you're great too.
Really? Thanks for that.
Cyno's missing out on this hugging
I was here
party.
yesterday to help out a little.
To help out? By doing what?
Sharing some interrogation techniques.
Oh! You mean you taught Candace some more persuasive methods?
Right.
Come on in, everyone.
Come on, let's go inside.
She's done fucking him up. Alright. Let's enter the hideout.
Candace, whoa! You look furious.
Do I? Huh. What gave it away?
Oh, there's no mask that can hide true bloodlust. Cover up your eyes, and it'll still show itself at the corners of your mouth.
Perhaps I need to work on my composure. Still, it's perfectly understandable why I'm angry. I'm sure everyone present would agree.
Yes, ma'am.
Please, don't beat us anymore.
I wanted to see these guys like covered in blood, like swollen knots on their heads. Looks like she mastered those techniques you showed her, Cyno.
You fear death yourselves, yet you do not hesitate to place the lives of others at risk. The absurdity is mind-boggling. The ones you call mad scholars are known to us as the Village Keepers. They are vital members of our community, and some even count them as family. You come here to my village, and you treat my people as nothing more than stepping stones towards your goal. Tell me, what would you do to you in my position?
Mercy! Please!
Mercy.
You've made your bed.
We may both be desert dwellers, but there is one thing that I understand better than you. The resurrection of the Scarlet King will only result in war. And war serves no one. The people of Aru Village care little about which god is in power. Life may be tough and tiring, but we wish to preserve our way of life. A war would only cause us to lose all that we have. And that is not a responsibility that you can afford to shoulder.
We understand. We're sorry. I'll tell you everything I know. Please, just let us go.
Alright, spit it out. I want to know what you know.
I'm listening.
Yeah, me too.
You might not believe this, but it wasn't us who came up with this idea.
I'm pretty sure
Someone was
you weren't the one that came up with
spreading
the
rumors in
idea.
Tavern. That's how we ended up hearing about the Scarlet King's resurrection. Some mystery man told us that mad scholars will make the perfect sacrifice to usher in the Scarlet King's resurrection. They give their lives, and we can get anything we wish for.
They're called Village Keepers. Slip up again, and you'll regret it.
Yes, sorry. It was all that mystery man's doing. He told us to spread word about the Scarlet King's resurrection and talked us into helping him. In return, he said he'll help facilitate the resurrection process.
So, where are the village keepers right now?
I'm not sure.
That's one.
Huh? One what?
Strike. You get a total of 3. Then, you die by my hand.
Wait, I'm telling the truth. We don't know anything. It was all him.
2.
He got us to lure them out of their houses in the night with some kind of incense. We take them to a junction outside the village. Then the mystery guy takes them from there. You gotta believe me, please. I'm telling the truth, I swear. Just ask them if you don't believe me.
That was indeed the truth. Traveler, go on.
Do you have any idea who that mystery person might be?
You have to believe me. If I knew that, I would have told you his name right away. I'm not risking another beating to keep his secrets. No way. That guy, he wears a cloak, and he's always careful to cover his face. He calls himself the Scarlet King's envoy.
I believe I may know what's going on.
Uncle Anpu? What do you mean?
Smooth.
Okay, speak.
If my suspicions are correct, this mystery man they speak of could be from the Academia.
Okay, I kind of figured that much.
Some time ago, people from the Academia attempted to take the village keepers away. I refused, insisting that they are part of our community. It strikes me now that this secretive character shares the same goal they had.
Which means it's highly likely that the Academia was purposely spreading a false rumor to trick the radicals into delivering the village keepers right into their hands. They were the ones who brought them here to begin with. Now they're trying to take them back? We aren't gonna let that happen.
Not the Academia again.
So it appears that, like we all assumed, the Scarlet King's resurrection is just the Academia's misinformation campaign.
Just as I thought. But what could they want with the village keepers?
People are nothing but tools in the eyes of the Academia. A change in their plans likely means they found another way to exploit the scholars. Regardless, our top priority now is locating the village keepers.
You're right. Isak is still waiting for news on his grandpa.
Time to go. Let's leave the village and try to track them down.
Yes. Pack up and get ready to leave.
You got it. Candace, I'll let you deal with the radicals. Leave everything outside the village to us.
All right.
Let's meet back here once everyone's ready.
Okay.
What scheme is the Academia brewing now?
You look worried. Thinking about the village keepers?
Yes. I'd look for them myself if I could. As members of our village, each one of them is very important to me.
You have a strong sense of belonging here. I guess I'm the opposite. Mercs are stray dogs, wherever they go.
Dia, don't say that. You can be a part of this community too.
Thanks. I'll let you know when I feel like joining.
Alright. So let's leave the village house. I'll hate them.
Let's get some food in us and then we'll... Woo!
What's up, Al Hatham?
You come from?
Well, as you can see, I am merely sitting here and reviewing what we have deduced thus far.
You were gone for ages, and now you're suddenly sitting here musing to yourself? Where have you been anyway?
Come on, man, spit it out.
Hey, what's with the silence?
You never think things through before asking questions. I'm giving you some time to make up for that.
Paimon's so mad! Paimon's gonna give you an ugly nickname!
Yeah, go ahead. Let's see what you got.
Never mind. Paimon's got nothing.
Oh, that's first.
There's just nothing super obvious to pick with this guy. It makes it so hard.
Well, you've heard nothing to suggest I left this whole time. So clearly, I stayed in the village to investigate. Anyway, you plan to leave Aru Village and keep searching for the truth of this matter, yes?
Yeah.
Yep. We're not gonna find out anything more by staying here, so we thought that we might as well take the search elsewhere.
Well, what do you got?
Enough with the silent treatment!
Maybe he's giving us time to think again.
No. I'm just surprised that you decided to team up with him.
Al Hatham, you haven't helped us out at all ever since we arrived at Aru Village. Bold of you to question our choices.
That's very true.
Yeah, you're all talk.
While you were investigating, I had my own work to do, which I've now finished.
Okay.
Really? Paimon doesn't believe you.
To be honest, we aren't really a team, so I have no obligation to inform you of my whereabouts.
Yeah, but it's kind of
Not
one of
to
those
mention
implied
that going
things.
separate ways allowed me to find some important information that you all had missed.
Okay, what would we miss?
Huh? Right here in the village?
Correct.
What did you learn?
I'm going to take you to someone. But before that, you need to understand where she's coming from.
What does that mean?
We need context.
How do you think the residents of Aru Village feel about what we're doing?
Well, it's kind of one of those things where it's best if they don't know what we're doing.
In other words, do you truly believe every single word the villagers tell us?
Okay, I see maybe what you're saying.
You mean some of them lied to us?
Hiding the truth does not necessarily equate to lying. Again, these people have their reasons. Remember what Candace said? Most people in Aru Village don't necessarily care which deity is in charge of Sumeru. That's because whether the Scarlet King or the Dendro Archon has power is of little significance to them. By contrast, the perils of their daily lives are ever-present concerns. They won't simply share everything they know with you without good reason. That's why you believed there was no further information to be found in this village.
So you're saying we can find new info from someone we've already spoken to?
Glad you're following along. Among those you have talked to, there's someone who was consciously keeping you out of the loop. In fact, she's been observing your every move since you arrived.
Ah.
The reason being, to someone who only wants to live their life in peace, any external factors introduce unpredictability into the equation.
Those eyes. Those fierce eyes. You look like a real fighter.
Ah.
Don't change the subject.
Oh, yeah, I can
It's
see where
quite
that...
obvious that she's intimidated by Cyno's authority and strength.
Right. You were asking about the Mad Scholars.
She corrected herself mid-sentence because she's aware that there are Scarlet King fanatics in the village. If she sounds too friendly towards the village keepers, she could easily make herself the Radicals' next target.
I think it's been a few days since I last saw them. I usually go to bed pretty early, so I'm not too familiar with what goes on at night.
Remember? She made a point of denying her involvement in anything that occurs at night.
But honestly, I feel quite sympathetic towards them. Even though they act a little strange, they've helped me in the past. If it weren't for them, my house would have collapsed long ago.
After speaking to the village chief, it became clear that the village keepers had protected Aru village at night. In other words, the young miss was very much awake during that time.
Then why would she lie?
By getting involved with an outsider, she risks drawing unwanted attention to herself. As for why she might be so wary about all this, maybe you should ask her.
I'll pass on this one. You said that she is afraid of me. If so, it's best if I stay out of this.
We're on it!
Very true. So, okay, Al Hayden's... The man's a smart man. He caught on to her lies and understood that she wasn't lying out of ill intent. She was lying to just protect herself from any unwanted attention because she just wants to live her life in peace. So, I get it. No harm, no foul, but granted, we gotta get that info so we know exactly what's going on. Give me just a second. Just trying to get myself comfortable. There we go. And I'll lay back down. Alright, so this lady, I think she... Oh no, I think I went the wrong way. Maybe this way? I have to go back up there. Shit. Okay. I thought she was down below us. How did she get up there? Okay. Oh, okay. She. All right. I get it.
Miss Shawnee, as we discussed earlier, I've brought someone with me.
Mr. Alhaitham, I'm aware of where you stand, but how can I make sure that your friends think the same as you?
Huh? What do you mean? We need to clarify our stance or something?
Go ahead and talk to her. You'll get the answers you want. Go on. Earn her trust.
Is it really that simple?
May I call you Traveler?
That is literally what 100% of the people in this world call me. Sure thing. It's not like it's gonna change.
Hi, Traveler.
That's my
I want
name.
to ask you something.
Yeah, what's up?
Do you think the resurrection of the Scarlet King can truly change Sumeru for the better?
Not really. It's not gonna change a damn thing.
Why is that?
Because it'll only result in conflict.
That's very similar to what Miss Candace says. I know you two are friends. That's why I'm willing to talk to you, even though I do have some reservations. Before, I wouldn't even have the courage to ask something like this. Traveler, do you believe our lives will get better?
And honestly, I'm not sure. I can't promise anything, but I can promise that I'll do the best I can.
from another nation, so it isn't wrong of you to be weary. And we aren't really residents of any one nation. But even so, we've met lots of people from different places, and we've always fought for what we believed in. We have friends in Sumeru, and we want to help them. That's why we decided to stay here for a while.
I want to trust you. My apologies for posing my questions like that. To be honest, I didn't expect you to come back for more information.
Well, we probably wouldn't have if Alhaitham didn't say
You
anything.
have your reasons. It's okay. We understand.
The fact is that only one side of my family is desert folk. I don't really fit in anywhere in Sumeru. Some believe in the Dendro Archon, while others believe in the Scarlet King. I don't belong to either side, and neither side would want me.
Speaking of which, the radicals mentioned that they despise traitors. Do they just think that anyone who's different from them is a traitor?
Yeah. Some people can be so narrow-minded when it comes to bloodline and beliefs. It makes no difference what I say or how I behave. I'll always be suspected of having ulterior motives. Slowly, I just stopped talking to people. I pretended not to hear or see anything. All I want is to live my life in peace. And then it happened. The village keepers who had helped me disappeared with no explanation, and I didn't dare breathe a word about it to anyone. Until now.
You can tell them. I'm sure she'll keep your secret.
All right. I'll tell you what I told Alhaitham. I actually have a sharper sense of hearing than most. Sometimes, I hear strange crying sounds in the night.
There are ghosts?
Paimon, shut up.
I'm not sure. It's faint, but it's definitely the sound of crying. It comes from far away in the distance, and always carries very raw emotion. It used to be louder and more frequent, but ever since you arrived in the village, it doesn't seem to happen as often, and when it does, it's much quieter. I have to focus really hard to make it out.
I confirmed this with the guards on night duty. They also have someone with a good ear, and he's heard similar sounds at night. But, because we're in the middle of a desert, he would rather believe that they are the cries of beasts than ghosts.
Could you make out where the sounds are coming from?
There's really nothing around these parts, except for an old hospital not far from the village.
I think they used to use it for treating Elazar, but it's been abandoned for years.
We should probably check it out just to see what's going on.
Yeah, let's go!
Okay. So we're gonna go check out so that's what that area is. Okay. Yeah, and that would explain why it had that weird barrier, because it like I believed it was quest gated, or story quest gated. Nice, dude. Welcome to the stream. What do you think of Cyno so far, man?
Is this the place? It's in terrible shape, and there's sand everywhere.
Empty and forgotten. An ideal place to hide people.
Let me show you. Quick, going to the bag. So this, so far I've gotten to Cyno to level 80. Haven't got his signature weapon yet, so right now I'm just rocking him with the winged spear. I'm still working on his artifacts. I haven't got a really good set on Gilded Dreams yet. Some bad rolls. Yeah, it's pretty bad rolls. Except on the goblet. The goblet's pretty good. And I gotta level his talents more. In a few days, I'm gonna try to get into 90. I just need to farm more material. Can't wait to use him though. I just gotta get him leveled up.
Watch out!
Alright, top.
Emerge. What a miss.
Ouch.
This way. I'll settle this.
Let's nip that in the bud.
Show them. Right now.
Oh, hello.
Springboard!
Come on out. Emerge. Right here.
Get with me.
One with the forest. I love fruit.
Show them.
They were easier to deal with than Paimon had expected.
What were you even expecting?
Super strong bandits? Or monsters taller than buildings dropping out of the sky? Or, you know, something like that. He looks super serious. We gotta stay on our A game too.
This is the one.
Okay. So, oh, Hatham was meant to open
Let's
the
go
barrier.
in and take a look.
Hey, Hatham, we haven't found Squat. Are you sure we aren't wasting our time here?
Patience. Shawnee says she only hears the crying at night. We have time to burn. Until then, I'm taking a break.
You're just gonna chill and read a book.
Sits down. Wait, you even brought a book to read? What are you reading? Let Paimon see.
Okay, sure.
He said we got time to burn, man.
The natural position, which is the positional propensity of an entity in natural motion in contrast with an object in forced motion? Huh? When free from external influences, every entity displays the tendency to follow its natural trajectory?
That's called inertia.
So, you got that?
I think that's described. That's describing inertia, I believe.
How is he so relaxed? Look at him, reading an impossible book in a creepy place like this.
So you're basically saying you don't understand inertia. You know, it couldn't kill you to read a book once in a while either.
Hey, Paimon's your Tibet travel guide. Paimon knows plenty of useful stuff already. And anyway, it's not Paimon's fault that the books people read in Sumeru are so complicated.
Sure, Paimon.
Paimon's getting so sleepy.
Ah, the noise.
Huh? What was that sound?
There it is. It's coming from that direction.
Is the sound coming from here? Huh. Paimon's not seeing anything.
Shut up, Paimon. I think it's under the thing on the floor.
It's from below.
But there's no way we can get down there.
Something is off about the interior here. As I thought, there's a hidden structure.
Wow. It's like they tucked another hospital into this one. Oh, it looks like there are other mechanisms around here. Let's keep exploring.
Sounds good. Okay. Alright, I think I get it. I think I get it. Ah, shit. Fell down. Alright, let's get... Okay. There's a fucking key? Oh, alright. So we gotta look for a key, too. Alright, okay, so there they are. Alright, so they're locked, so we're gonna figure out how to unlock them. Okay.
Come on out, right now.
Propagate!
Alright.
Enshroud! Keep up!
Propagate!
Emerge. Right now. Emerge.
And you're all eventually gonna die.
I'm always watching.
Oh,
Show
you're tanky.
them. Right
You're
here.
really tanky.
Scatter!
Come on out.
Four of them. Ow.
Can't see?
Lightning terrified!
Enshroud!
Show them. Emerge. Right here.
The bond is strong!
I hear everything!
Bam.
One with the forest!
So maybe that dropped the barrier. Yeah, that dropped the barriers. That just sounds like a food schedule.
Look! There's someone over there!
You need to be careful.
Good idea. Let's approach him slowly without alarming him.
Wait,
What's up, Al Haytham?
you're...
He can't speak, and his eyes are unfocused. But he looks too young to be anyone's grandfather.
Didn't expect to see him here.
You know him?
He's Razak, a senior of mine at the Academia.
He's a scholar too? Is he the kind that holes up in a forest and mumbles stuff about training?
No. And that's the problem. Razak was never involved in any of those things. He never trained in the forest, let alone reach Satyavada life.
So how did he become like this?
Leaving that question aside for the moment, him being here alone means that we might be too late. Looks like they've already taken everyone away. For whatever reason, they left Razak here. Perhaps they simply didn't have time to come back for him. There are drag marks on the ground. They're clearer by the doorway. Someone was forcefully drawing a cart that was loaded with something heavy.
Loaded with people?
That is one possibility. It looks like they were in a hurry, as if they were afraid of being caught. In their haste, they failed to notice Razak hiding in a corner. The symptoms are identical. Looks like we found living proof.
Huh? Why do you say that?
Allow me to jog your memory. Recall your time at Port Ormos. Don't you think his symptoms look familiar?
Yeah, okay. The Ermite guy went mad, so this guy might have done something similar that made him go mad.
Now that you mention it, they're acting the same way.
Correct. The Academia is behind all of this. It isn't difficult to deduce their rationale. First, the Academia spread a false rumor of the Scarlet King's resurrection, emphasizing the role of the village keepers, the mad scholars who were exiled to Aru village. These rumors were all the persuasion that the radicals needed, and those based in Aru village leapt into action. Unbeknownst to them, of course, through rounding up the scholars, they were actually helping the Academia. As well as being able to exploit the radicals for their own ends, this scheme has one further advantage to the Academia. All the risks and responsibilities are offloaded onto the Scarlet King's followers. Life for the Desert Dwellers has been brutal ever since the Scarlet King's death all those years ago. Beneath the surface, feelings of desperation are widespread. Many would give everything they have for the prospect of something better. Anyone looking to exploit that for their own ends simply needs to make a few empty promises. Even if complications arise, people will see that those involved are all followers of the Scarlet King and look for no further explanation than differences of belief. A deep-seated mistrust of the desert and everyone in it by the rest of Sumeru will make sure of that. The notion of an Academia plot wouldn't even cross their minds. It may seem like a simple strategy, but it is able to work wonders under Sumeru's current circumstances.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense. It's in line with the village chief's theory, too. But there's still one very important question. Wasn't it the Academia that brought the scholars to Aru village in the first place? Why does it want them back now?
Throughout this process, one thing has changed. The scholars' identity. First, they were scholars. Then, they became lunatics. After that, they were exiles. And finally, they become missing persons.
I see.
An exile is still patently a living, breathing human being. But when someone becomes a missing person, that is brought into question. If you can't find someone, you have no way of knowing what exactly happened to them. That makes missing people an ideal resource.
Resource? For what exactly?
One possibility is that the information in their brains could be extracted into knowledge capsules.
Extracted? You mean canned knowledge comes from people's brains?
With the technology of the Sumeru Academia, it's entirely possible. Perhaps the process caused them great suffering, which is why they cry out in the dead of night when no one is watching them.
So, the human brain... Nope, nah, Hyman doesn't want to think about this.
And how did you learn about this?
I'm the Academia scribe, after all. I'm familiar with their projects. Anyway, judging by Razak's state, the contents of a divine knowledge capsule were extracted from his mind. But something went wrong in the process. Or perhaps his curiosity got the better of him, and he used such a capsule for himself.
Hyman's a little confused. Can they just use anyone's brain?
The look on your face tells me you've realized the answer.
The Academia needs people to... Okay. The Academia needs people who have been exposed to divine consciousness.
That's right. To some scholars, gaining knowledge about the gods is their entire life's pursuit. Extracting canned knowledge is just one of the extreme measures they turn to. However, I can't help but wonder, what do they seek to gain from divine knowledge? The Academia is going out of their way to look for forbidden knowledge, but what is their ultimate goal? I've spent quite some time trying to analyze the contents of the divine knowledge capsule, but to no avail. It seems like my way of thinking is too different from theirs.
You mean you're not even slightly interested in getting your hands on this forbidden stuff?
All scholars seek to expand the horizons of knowledge, but I'm not particularly interested in gods, so I don't share their degree of zealotry. Extracting information from people as if they were lifeless objects? If this is the direction of academic progress, then the Academia may as well shut its doors.
Sounds like you're really against all this.
Of course. The Academia's actions run contrary to their rules. Whether it be academics or knowledge, everything has its boundaries. If those lines are crossed, the rules and order that govern everything in the world will be destroyed. This matter needs to be corrected, just like fixing a typo in a book.
Wait, didn't you step in to help because you felt sympathy for those poor people?
Not to be callous, but no. My criteria are a little more restrictive than that. There is no shortage of suffering in Sumeru, and the same can be said for the rest of Tibet as well. What do you plan to do about that? Save every last person?
Probably not. Paimon's not sure.
Your motives happen to be a little bit more specific and personal, in my opinion.
You can say that. Simply put, I don't blindly place my faith into strength or heroism. I do what I want. The divine knowledge capsule is something I want to investigate in full. That doesn't mean I'm willing to take action for the sake of a few strangers.
Paimon's been wanting to say this for a while. There are a lot of bad guys in the Academia, but you're not one of them. You're their weirdo.
You're probably right.
At least he owns up to
Though
it.
I must say, I quite enjoy this feeling of being the odd one out. Uniqueness is also an asset, is it not?
Wow, that's a great way to think about it. Paimon's really impressed. If only Miss Shani had a similar mindset, her life would definitely be a lot easier.
I'm just a more likable person than her in general. There's nothing more to it than that.
So, what are we gonna do with this guy?
He won't last long if we leave him here. Let's take him with us. We'll work out our next step after we return to Aru Village.
We got a key!
Keep up.
I gotta know this. What are you saying in your? Are you saying stand with me? Whoa. Stand with me. Okay, stand with me. Okay. For a second there, I thought she was saying dance with me. I was like, that doesn't even fit. That line doesn't even fit your character. Alright, so when I'm... This is confusing the shit out of me. So when I leave, and I go back down here... Okay, that's it. This is confusing the shit out of me. How is it not showing here, but it's not... Okay, whatever. I give up. Alright, time to share what we learned with Hatham.
We're back!
You must be tired. You should rest and take some water.
What's the situation?
Who's this?
Unfortunately, somebody who's too young to take on the role of Isak's grandfather. Nevertheless, he's one of the people we're trying to find.
We tell everybody what we found in the abandoned hospital.
So, at one point in time, the abandoned Elazar hospital served as the Academia's site for extracting divine cant knowledge.
Yep, pretty much.
Their plan must have been implemented at some point before we arrived at Aru village, since divine cant knowledge has been in circulation for a while now. Yet, they fled once we were headed to the village, almost as if they knew we were on their trail. Why is that?
Yeah, why is that?
We may have a mole in our midst. One of us could be secretly revealing our whereabouts to the Academia.
Huh? Are our friendships that shallow?
Looks like none of you have realized wherein lies the issue.
So what do you think, Hatham? What are your thoughts?
Cyno, you're the reason why they can predict our movements.
Wait, what's that supposed to mean?
Choose your next words very carefully.
It is simply a logical inference. I have my reasons.
So what you're saying is... Cyno's the mole. Interesting. And here I thought you were the most suspicious one, Hatham, since you were always acting alone.
I know. You have a point, but I realized something as we were returning from the hospital. Cyno isn't like any of us.
What are you trying to say?
Do you still remember who you are, General Mahamatra? As a Matra, you are no doubt privy to certain kinds of information. Before you can take action against someone, you are required to have all the facts available, including the less than savory details. Simply put, the Academia has traditionally allowed you access to a wealth of sensitive information. Knowing their modus operandi, wouldn't you expect them to take precautions against you? If you want to raise a vicious wolf, you need to make sure that you can avoid its bite.
The Academia is monitoring me?
It's not that simple. The Academia has eyes all over Sumeru, but they have a special protocol for dealing with you. Every so often comes a Nyagarbaha Day. On this day, the Academia enters new information into the Akasha through knowledge capsules. I remember seeing a thick notebook next to the control panel once. Its contents were all about the General Mahamatra, his activities throughout the day, preferred methods of enacting judgment, everything.
You're saying that the Academia entered my information into the Akasha too? But what's the point in doing that? My actions aren't important enough to be added into the Akasha.
The Akasha is capable of computation. The Akasha's algorithms are entirely capable of predicting your movements using the data entered. When you would depart, the route you would follow, your destination. It knew all of this.
It predicted my every move.
The Academia has been watching you longer than you think.
So that's how it is. Cyno adheres to his principles so strongly that he's actually a thorn in their side. Tenacity of will and steadfast faith are worthless to the Academia. They need scholars who are easily pliable and mindlessly go after anything they can profit from. Cyno, don't take it to heart. This just proves how much of a trustworthy ally you are.
They escaped because of me.
Don't blame yourself. It's not like any of us would have known.
Exactly.
I have an idea. If they predicted my movements, then I might be able to guess where they went.
Whoa, you bounced back fast.
There is always an opportunity for safety after danger passes.
Oh, so that's how it is! Paimon gets it now! If the Academia is trying to avoid Cyno, then the safest place would be...
one step behind Cyno.
Yep, that's right!
They'll want to proceed in the direction opposite of where I'm going.
Nice. And then do you
Let's go.
There's also something I want to investigate.
Let's go, guys! After him!
Please, wait! I want to go too!
You want to go too? If so, you have to promise you'll stay safe.
I want to find Grandpa. I promise I'll be careful and not cause any trouble.
No! This is... Alright. We are talking about taking a child to somewhere where there is most likely going to be conflict. And when I say conflict, I mean combat involving weapons and magical abilities. Let's try not to be dumb here.
Everyone, I leave him in your hands.
No, I don't want it. The traveler may be saying all right, but I am saying no.
Yay! Let's go! Remember to pack some food with you. Paimon feels like we're missing someone, though.
We just saw Dia walk away. Alright. Let's proceed in doing dumbass shit. Okay.
So, where do we go from here?
Oh, and you know what? Let me even throw some more. We got... Alright. Let's let me put this even into better and more obvious, in a more obvious perspective. We got Cyno and Alhaitham, two of the smartest people so far in the game. These guys are practically geniuses, and we're in a nation called Sumeru, which prides itself on being a very intelligent society and nation. Their whole thing is about knowledge and wisdom. So how? Tell me how a group of intellectuals come up with the idea that it is a wise decision to take a child, a young child, to where most likely we're going to be meeting our enemies who want us dead, therefore they will do anything to kill us, and we have a child in our party who is going with us to this area of that's possibly going to lead to conflict. Where did our intelligence go? Alright, I just had to get that out of the way. This is... So far, we were going great with the story, but I gotta say, this just kind of takes me back a bit. Just because of the characters involved, the overarching story, just bringing a kid along is just so dumb. Alright, so Cyno, do you remember the route you took?
Yes. After leaving the village, we should head straight toward the desert.
I know the desert like the back of my hand.
Is that because you play here a lot?
Yep. One time, Grandpa almost got lost in the desert, but I was the one who brought him back.
I'm gonna put, Wait a minute. Oh, pin. There we go. Because that was quite a few, crystal flies.
There's something here. What's this?
It's buried in the sand. Looks like we'll need to roll up our sleeves and do some work.
And Paimon thought running around everywhere was already enough work.
Now's the time to start complaining, Paimon.
Okay. So, we have to dig it out? Whatever's down there looks like it's buried really deep.
These are likely fragments of an Academia-developed device, something akin to a headset. Looks like there were more than one village keeper. They must have been escorted this way because there are device fragments scattered around here. Let's split up and search the area. Chances are that we'll find other things nearby.
Everyone goes in a different direction and starts digging.
Is this what we're searching for? It looks kind of scary.
This is definitely a device used to extract divine knowledge.
How did it end up buried in the sand? That can't have been part of the plan. They must have been attacked along the way.
Wait, what?
Grandpa, I hope you're okay.
Don't worry, your grandpa's gonna be fine.
Razak didn't display any signs of starvation or dehydration, which means that they left fairly recently.
We should be able to catch up.
One more thing. Given that the device had been entirely covered by sand, I believe the attack must have happened prior to the sandstorm.
Agreed.
Let's keep going. They can't have gone far.
But running on sand is so tiring.
Paimon, you're not running.
But you're flying, aren't you, Paimon? Is flying over sand tiring too?
Of course it is.
Voices, over there. It sounds like an argument.
Whoa,
Okay.
you have really good ears.
Don't get any closer. They'll notice us.
Dia's talking with the Eremites? Very interesting. Let's listen in.
If you had informed me sooner, there'd be plenty of room for us to...
You're one of us. We would never lie.
Scholars. You don't know as much as I do. Need me to...
I knew it. That's our Dia.
Dia? Why would you? Dia!
Oh, see? See? You fucking see? Oh my god. This already led to just the biggest and dumbest idea ever. You can't trust a child to be able to compose themselves emotionally. Yes, we know this is a bad thing. Potentially a bad thing. So, but we are keeping ourselves composed to see what's gonna happen. This literally proves the point that we have we have the smartest people. We're dealing with the smartest people, and they couldn't think that bringing a child along was a bad idea.
Hey, what are you doing?
Huh? Didn't you say you'd help me find Grandpa? Why are you on their side?
Well, look who's here. Ain't that something?
This complicates things. You've betrayed Aru Village?
So, this is the great General Mahamatra.
Dear, you'd be better off as my assistant than hanging around with this motley crew. Seen for yourself, I have the means and methods, and my ideals are far more admirable than theirs.
I'm not the type that's easily swayed, Raman. You of all people should know that.
Wait, what's going on, Dia? Whose side are you on here?
Shut it, Paimon.
Oh,
it doesn't matter. Whichever side you pick, nothing could deter us from the grand mission of resurrecting the Scarlet King. Once our Lord of Old returns to this land,
I don't know if she's
we will
faking it.
have a new beginning.
Face the facts, Raman. It's not gonna happen. You should understand that more than anyone. Have all your years as a merc taught you nothing about placing hopes in a ruler?
I'm a desert dweller and a proud follower of the Scarlet King. Whether I live by the edge of the sword or in peaceful comfort, my soul will always carry this conviction.
It's not too late yet. The village mad scholars aren't gonna bring the Scarlet King back to life.
You don't understand, my dear lady. Pursuing our faith is our purpose in life. Even if the chance of success is 1 in a million, we must be willing to give everything we have.
Even if it'll expose you to the academia? Even if they end up disbanding the Eremites? Your Eremites, which you've worked so hard for all these years?
Yes. We've waited a long time for this day to come. The sun and the moon no longer shine here. All you see now is cracks in this desiccated land. But fate has finally dealt me a hand to play against the Academia. With these scholars in our custody, we'll stomp the Academia's forces and fight our way beyond the wall of Samiel.
Ridiculous. Think about it. The Academia controls the entirety of Sumeru. Your powers are negligible in comparison. If you still don't believe me, then try asking these two men. They're also against the Academia, but neither of them are as arrogant as you are.
They look more like pawns of the Academia to me. Why would I listen to anything the people of Greater Lord Rukkhadevada have to say? Filthy traitors. Your god abandoned all honor and betrayed the Scarlet King. We desert dwellers will never trust the likes of you.
It's impossible to communicate with someone so hostile. Perhaps we should.
Do you really believe that by kidnapping the scholars, you'll be able to negotiate with the Academia?
What are you thinking now, Hatham?
These people have no value as bargaining chips, but I could be persuaded to take their place as your next hostage. These scholars were exiled from the Academia. I, on the other hand, am their current scribe, and will be a much greater asset to you.
Wait, you can't be serious.
So, you want to trade places with the hostages, do you?
Precisely. Any wise person would gladly accept my offer.
What are you
Well, that would be bad luck for me. However, I'd get the chance to observe the scholars, perhaps even find out the truth.
Think you can talk me over with that confident look of yours?
I'm not trying to persuade you. I'm using this as a means of joining forces against the Academia.
You are the scribe. What do you have against the Academia?
Not all desert dwellers believe in the Scarlet King, and the same applies to the Academia. Why must all knowledge seekers approve of the Academia's way of doing things?
You Academia scum. Every last one of you is nothing but a hypocrite, just like everyone else on the other side of that wall. I've made myself clear enough. I won't listen to another word from the Dendro Archon's people.
So this guy's saying that just because I'll hate them is part of the Academia, and I'll hate them is basically told him, yeah, I am someone part of the Academia, but now I don't want to be part of the Academia. I'm trying to fuck over the Academia. So technically, I'm on your side, even though we're not coming from the same exact perspective. This guy's basically saying, he's basically ignoring that fact and saying, no, fuck you, I don't care about you, just because you are one of those people, even though you don't align with them. This guy, he's just being stubborn.
Not so fast. I'll hate them? Do you stand by everything you just said?
I never make empty promises.
You know you're making a dangerous decision, right?
I do.
Good. Raman, hear me out. These people are my friends. Maybe you can't take the followers of the Dendro Archon at their word, but what about me? Do you trust me?
We've known each other for years. Of course I do.
In that case, I'm willing to vouch for their honesty with my right arm. Come on, Raman, don't be a coward. If you're serious about taking on the Academia, you need to steel yourself. You can't be afraid.
An arm from the Flame Mane. You've piqued my interest. But what if you refuse to oblige? What should I do then? No one's a fool here, Dia. We're mercs. And mercs don't tend to live long unless they have their wits about them.
You're not wrong, but this is different. I promised my friends that we'd bring back the village keepers together.
Let's do it right here then. Give me your right arm as proof of your resolve.
Don't listen to him! He's not even trying to negotiate! He just wants to make things more difficult!
That's fine.
Are you crazy?
We came here to save lives. One arm for that many people is still a pretty good deal, if you ask me. Raman, I'm holding up my end of the deal here. You'd better not let me down.
Sure. Go ahead and cut off her right arm.
No! Dia! What are you gonna do? Think of something!
You don't have to go this far.
That's not for you to decide.
Do it!
And Traveler says Dia.
Dia! Run!
She's not gonna run. She already said she's not gonna do it.
Stop!
What's wrong? Can't do it?
Flame Mane, you and I are both desert folk. Cutting off your arm is no different than cutting off my own fingers. Where's the sense in cutting my own kin to pieces? You've shown me that you're serious. Go on now, take your friends and leave. Meet me in the desert at noon tomorrow.
shit. Okay.
Phew. I was really counting on him not going through with it.
Dia! That was crazy! Have you all lost your minds? What if he'd actually cut your arm off?
Then I just have to hold my claymore with my left arm.
Huh. Let's not do that again.
Okay, I'm sorry. But sometimes when you're out on a limb, you gotta double down to seal the deal, you know?
Don't ever make a promise like that again. I can deal with the likes of them. If it came down to it, you would not lose to them either.
I don't doubt it, Cyno. But this is about more than me and them. There's a lot more where they came from. Even if we got rid of one bunch of radicals, there are others out there. Wiping them out would do more harm than good.
Excuse me.
As you wish.
I'm sorry, Dia. I should have stayed put and listened. I should have trusted you.
It's okay. I promised you I'd help find your grandpa, so I'll do whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes? You just might be scholar material.
Huh? Are you serious?
The Eremites once said that I was a lunatic. Perhaps a little madness is essential to be successful in research.
Why does it feel like he's using his praise for me as an excuse to brag about himself?
I think he was just saying how it is.
Okay, let's get moving. We should head back to the village and rest up. Today was just a trial run. Noon tomorrow is gonna be the hard part.
We all return to Aru Village. So we wait until 6. Primo Gems! Where am I at on pity? Oh my god, I haven't wished on the weapon banner in so long that I have no clue. Oh man. Oh, purple. Will we get the new claymore? Oh, we got Kujasara. Yay. Okay, I'm right at the beginning of pity for that for the character banner. Gather at the entrance to the village.
You're all here so early.
Yep.
Looks like we have everyone here. Isak, are you sure you want to come with us?
Oh my god. No.
I'll watch from a safe distance. Dia, I want to be there to bring Grandpa home.
Okay. Again. We're not... Now we're at the point where we're not learning from our lessons. We're not even having... we're past, hey, this may just not be a good idea. We can't even try to predict what's going to happen. But now we saw a case where he was an issue. He almost caused a problem. He almost caused Dia to lose her arm. He almost jeopardized negotiations. And now we're just not learning from our lesson. How is it that some of the smartest people from this nation can't figure this out?
Okay, let's go then.
Dia, wait.
What's the matter?
I heard that you were quite reckless yesterday. No more of that today, understood? Or I'll be very upset with you.
Oh, so Dia's the problem, not the child that almost caused the issue. Like, what Dia was doing was a result of the boy screwing up negotiations. So we're blaming somebody who was thinking on the fly to fix the problem. Not the actual cause, the actual cause of the problem itself. Oh, nobody here can figure anything out.
Fine.
Oh my god. Shit, we're traveling far. And there they are.
Huh. They got here before us.
Uh-oh. Is it because Paimon overslept by 5 minutes and held everyone up?
You didn't have to admit to that.
Is everything ready?
Absolutely. Although, you brought fewer people than I imagined.
Bring him over.
Grandpa! Why is there only one of them?
Raman, I've always thought of you as a man of his word. What's this about?
It's a 1-for-1 exchange.
Ah,
Sounds
shit.
fair, don't you think? And let me put it this way. Agreeing to any kind of deal with the Dendro Archon's people is already a huge compromise on my part. Don't you think you've asked enough?
You stay right there!
Oh shit. What's going on?
Playmate! What do you think you're doing?
Grandpa!
Don't you see this blade here? You coward! Why are your hands shaking? Wait a second! It's a earthquake!
Nahida.
Paimon's dizzy.
Okay then. how's everyone doing?
This day's going just great.
What a nuisance. The sand dune collapsed. I saw an energy field. The village keeper protected us. It glowed green with dendro. Just like you said, it may well have been the remains of Lesser Lord Kusanali's power inside the scholar's body.
No doubt. So you finally believe me.
The dendro archon. The present one.
Grandpa? Grandpa? Oh no. He's getting confused again.
Hey, look around you.
Did there used to be a temple here?
It seems that when the sand dune collapsed, it exposed these underground structures. The symbols on the gate belong to the Scarlet King civilization. This structure must be ancient. Over time, the sandstorms completely buried it and left it in the state we see now. It could have been an underground palace in the distant past.
Oh, a miracle. Praise the Scarlet King!
What's he doing here? And his men too?
They must have fallen down here with us. Pretty lucky if you ask me. Most of them seem in really bad shape. Except for him. He got off lightly.
Mind your head.
No, this isn't the time for conflict. Our exalted lord has shown us the way to his sacred palace.
He's not actually gonna go in there, is he?
As it happens, I want to take a look inside too.
What are you doing?
Don't you think it's curious? 1 minute, Lesser Lord Kusanali's power protects us from harm, and the next, remnants of the Scarlet King's civilization appear. 2 major deities are vying to showcase their power to us. It would be a shame not to witness them both.
Paimon thought you weren't interested in gods.
Indeed. In my view, gods are just a higher form of living being, or creature, you could say. New discoveries are always worth investigating. Whether they have anything to do with gods is neither here nor there.
Raman, what are you gonna do about your men?
I'll just let them lay here. The Scarlet King will take care of his people. Right now, I'm going inside.
Okay. Looks like we're going inside. Oh shit, okay. Do this.
It's full of life here. This defies comprehension. It looked completely desolate from the outside. Yet, it flows with energy inside.
Exactly what I'm thinking.
And there's so many plants. It's so pretty.
Sir Raman.
Huh? Me?
Do you see another Raman here?
Are you mocking me? What do you mean, sir?
Interpret it however you want, but there's something I'd like to draw your attention to. While this structure is clearly left over from the Scarlet King civilization, the energy that flows in here is that of the Dendro Archon.
Whatever you say. It's not like I have a vision.
There's nothing to be angry about. Think of this as an academic journey.
It does seem kinda strange. If that's true, then we might have to explore this whole area to find an explanation.
we got over here? Alright, so it's a rotating thing. Look at the hall, immortal, listen to King Desert's holy guidance. Okay, whatever. Wait, it glowed whenever I did this one. Okay, so maybe we gotta show the wrong one that needs to be glowing. Alright. Wait. Okay, that was weird. Interesting. I'm noticing that there's some weird technology going on here. I mean, and what we've noticed is technology usually, like advanced technology, usually leans itself toward Conrian, a Conrian background.
Come on out, show them.
Can't see?
Propagate!
Bitches.
Emerge.
Enshroud!
So I'm starting to think maybe the desert people, the people that follow the Scarlet King, I'm feeling like they have to have some connection to Conria.
Can't see?
Ha! Germinate! Propagate!
Right now, right here.
Out of my way! Dissipate!
Come on out, emerge.
One with the forest. I'll uproot you.
Okay, cool. Alright, we're going this way now. You motherfucker.
Keep up. Ha! Keep
Bitch.
up. Can't see?
Right now, emerge. Right now. What a nuisance. A sight to behold.
Time to bomb him.
Right here. Emerge. Right now.
Where did this pad? Oh, okay. Nothing. Alright. I guess we're going up. What's, oh, okay, okay. Good thing we didn't go up yet.
Shroud! Ha!
Propagate! Spring forth! Lightning purified!
One with the forest! I hear everything!
Show them. Right here.
Oh shit!
Can't see?
Emerge.
Okay, what's over here? Elevator. Let me read that one more time. The elevator will descend to the ground. Get on top of it before it starts ascending. Shit. Wait a minute. How do I get on top of it? Alright, I think I got this. I think I got it. Hold on. The elevator, get on top of it before it starts ascending again to reach the... Alright, wait. There we go. Hi guys.
One with the forest!
Right now. Emerge.
Germinate! Scatter! Propagate!
Nothing lasts forever. Right now. Emerge. Right here.
I'll settle this.
Now we're doing this again.
Keep up.
Alright, something. So why did I need the elevator here now?
Keep up.
I guess we'll just go. Oh, okay, you're taking me further down, okay.
It's a sight to see. The Scarlet King's splendor surrounds us.
There's so much vegetation here. It's different than what I expected.
Sure are a lot of plants for a desert.
That's what I call divine providence of the Scarlet King.
Oh, a portal. We're going in a portal. This is a lot different than what I expected was going to happen.
It's getting brighter. Oh, it looks so beautiful.
I'm so curious to know what's going on here.
Wait.
What's up, Cyno?
A load of flowers. And it looks like there's something among them.
It looks like a tomb.
These are Scarlet King runes.
They left something behind. Yes. It's an elegy written in an ancient script.
What does it say?
Here lies our faithful priest Kasala. His wisdom is a miracle among the people, deserving of high praise and admiration.
You can read ancient Scarlet King script?
Of course. Every student needs to master at least 20 languages before they graduate.
He's not serious, right?
There's still something off about this place. The elemental energy here is too concentrated. The scent of life. Is it trying to tell us something?
Is this it?
Analyzing.
What?
There seems to be a hidden message among these skeletal remains. Excellent. There's a device from the Scarlet King's civilization in this gravesite. I'll transmit the information over and project it for everyone to see.
Isn't sharing knowledge against the Academia's rules?
Yes. However, under the circumstances, I'd prefer you to see this for yourself. You'll understand after watching it.
Okay.
Civilization is born of knowledge, but so too can knowledge be its demise. A disaster caught us unaware. It was knowledge that did not belong to this world. The Scarlet King brought this forbidden knowledge into our world, and it quickly spread like a plague. People's minds were filled with crazed whispers. Dark gray scales spread across their bodies. Even the land was stripped of its vigor. Only a desperate, deathly silence remained. Were it not for greater Lord Ruka Devata from the forests, the damage would have been irreversible. She summoned the priests to build temples and infused into them the divine power of life. The disaster was miraculously tempered, and the embers of our civilization were preserved in Aru village. Alas, the miracle could not last. As long as forbidden knowledge continued to exist, it would forever blight this world. In the end, the proud king of the desert, my eternal lord, chose to sacrifice himself. I have spent my whole life since guarding one of these many temples. But now, my duty is coming to an end. As I close my eyes for the final time, the sight of that noble deity will appear in my vision once more. In helping the Scarlet King to eradicate forbidden knowledge, she exhausted her strength, and her form became that of a small child. How strange. Now that I think of her, I no longer have any fear of death.
What?
For I sense that the spirit of life will abide with me during my eternal sleep. Children of the desert, cling no longer to past grievances, but hold tight to the memory of this act of benevolence.
What was that?
That's
the priest's memories.
No, impossible.
Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. So the former Dendro Archon and the Scarlet King were never enemies at all.
But this doesn't make any sense. The Dendro Archon's followers, they're clearly...
Was that the former Dendro Archon? She became so tiny in the end.
So the former Dendro Archon is actually, I think, the current.
You might be distrustful of the Akasha, but there's no reason.
So does
for you
that
to
mean
doubt the
Greater
Scarlet
Lord
King's
Rukkhadevata
technology.
is Lesser Lord
You've just
Kusanali?
witnessed his priest's last words.
I've never heard about any of this before. The surviving followers of the Scarlet King all gathered in Aru village. Our god did not make mistakes. We refused to believe any of the rumors. The Scarlet King's death, the all but total annihilation of our civilization, it was all Greater Lord Rukkhadevata's doing. We saw her as nothing more than a traitor, who stabbed us in the back in our moment of crisis. Just like us humans, fighting, feuding, double-crossing each other to survive in the desert.
You were blinded by your prejudice.
If I hadn't seen this for myself, if I hadn't witnessed his last words with my own eyes, ears, and heart, how could I ever begin to accept this? The truth is so far from what I've always known. Am I really supposed to believe that after all these years, all this time seeking revenge, suddenly now my enemy is my savior?
Oh,
Ramon, that's enough. Give it a rest. You're starting to make a fool of yourself.
Dia, tell me, my Eremites and I, what are we even fighting for?
Hey, how you doing?
I'll live. Thanks. I should probably go. Can't just stay here forever.
What's your next move gonna be?
Oh, I know what you're going to ask. I feel deeply ashamed of everything I've done. You'll get everything you're asking for. But please, give me some time. After everything that's happened here today, somehow I need to explain it to the others.
It's not gonna be easy.
Well, I guess that's for me to deal with. Dia, this is where our camp's located. Make a note of it.
When would be a good time for us to go?
Tomorrow, I'll convince everyone that we're all on the same side. And I'll return every last one of your your village keepers. We'll share our other resources with you too.
You seem to finally understand that our true enemy is the sages.
Yes. The gods never gave up on anyone. It's the people responsible for all this that need to face the consequences of their actions.
That must have been rough. But he seems to have figured things out now.
Ramon's no fool. Being the leader of your own faction in the desert is no easy feat. It's too bad he was held back by his belief in the Scarlet King. But now that that's changed, I guess we have a few more people on our side.
Let's turn for the better.
The outcome, at least, is favorable.
We should get going too. Let's head back, have a proper meal, and a nice, long sleep. We'll need all our energy tomorrow. Cyno, we're leaving!
Stop yelling.
That was a lot. That was a lot. So basically, what happened here? Let's get the chest first. Is that the Scarlet King got forbidden divine knowledge, and he spread it among his people. But when he did, it caused everyone that ended up learning the knowledge to develop Elazar or go mad. And it started spreading, because obviously knowledge spreads over time because people want to share what they learn. And so, but since it was divine knowledge, it wasn't meant for normal people. So the plague of that knowledge started spreading, messing people up, causing an effect on the land. And Greater Lord Rukkhadevata was managed to be able to slow it down with her ability to give life, because Dendro is a life-giving power. It's a life-giving element. And so, but what she did was only able to slow it down. It wasn't a true answer to the problem. So the Scarlet King sacrificed himself, and Greater Lord Rukkhadevata used all her power to assist in trying to solve the problem for good. And it turned, by using all her power, it turned her into a child, which I'm assuming was Lesser Lord. That child became Lesser Lord Kusanali, which makes me believe that Rukkhadevata and Kusanali are Rukkhadevata and Kusanali are the same person. I'm assuming that's the case. But the thing is, it helped. But Elazar is still a thing. And the divine knowledge is still out there. And the sages are taking advantage of it, with the Fatui somehow being involved, and Scaramouche also being somehow involved. Lots to learn here. Fuck. Oh, okay. How do you even get out of here? Looks like we have to climb the wall in order to get out, but we're just gonna fast travel. Fuck me. It's a fast travel spot I haven't gotten yet. Holy shit. Now we gotta mark this spot.
Following orders.
Give me your shit.
Propagate! Stand with me! Come on out.
Can't see?
Right now.
I'll uproot you.
I'm getting sick of this. Scatter! Ha! Ha! Our bond is strong. Oh. Emerge. Right here. Scatter!
One with the forest.
God. I'll be back.
Give me all
Why
that
is there a chest
stuff.
Keep up.
Oh shit.
Keep up.
We're on the same side now. Don't attack me. No, I need that.
Ha!
Raman, we're here.
Everything's been arranged. Someone will bring the village keepers back to Aru village shortly.
I guess all I can say now is thanks for agreeing to help.
Ah, don't mention it. I think we can both agree you went to hell and back for it. But we share a common cause now. From here on out, we're allies.
Where are the perpetrators?
I'll bring you to them. Follow me.
So these are the people who kidnapped the village keepers.
Oh no, it's the scribe!
There's no need to yell. No one can help you now.
Huh.
We've been all over the desert trying to find you.
That's right.
General Mahamatra? No, no! Make it quick, please! Swift and painless!
The moment
Just
they
accept
set
death.
eyes on Cyno, they turn pale like they've seen a ghost.
You should have known that I would be coming for you.
Wait, we were just following orders! You know what I'm talking about, right? There's no way we could have done all this by ourselves!
No, not Cyno. He's gonna tear us limb from limb.
I could do worse.
Please have mercy!
Start talking. Otherwise, I'll have to resort to other methods.
So, your superiors have kept you quite busy recently. Why? What are they trying to accomplish?
They, wanted to extract canned knowledge.
Don't play dumb. You know what I'm really asking. They extract divine canned knowledge. Then what?
I really don't know how to explain it.
Well, you better start talking or you'll be sorry.
You don't want to make things any more difficult for yourself, do ya?
You mind if I ask a question just while we're interrogating these guys?
Be my guest.
The sages are trying to create a new god, aren't they?
Uh-huh. That sure didn't sound like a fancy metaphor or anything. You're serious, aren't you?
How did you know?
There's no use hiding it now. Yes, you're right. The Academia is working on an important and potentially world-changing project. They are creating a new god. A god that will belong to them and to the people of Sumeru. It may seem as if Sumeru's academics are thriving, but ever since the death of Greater Lord Rukkhadevata, scholarly breakthroughs have been few and far between. The withering of Irminsul has been getting worse recently. The sages have tried everything they could think of, but nothing's worked. I'm always hearing them say things like, if only Greater Lord Rukkhadevata was still with us.
Continue.
And then, someone from the Fatui showed up. They called him the Doctor. He brought a gnosis and said he wanted to borrow the Academia's research facilities. The Doctor was previously expelled from the Academia. At first, the sages looked down at him in disdain. But when he said those words, everyone's expression changed.
This is interesting. This is very interesting. This is actually big. So, now explain. I'll explain why this is big, if you can hear me. I'll explain why this is big. So, keep in mind, let's go back to the labyrinth event back in update 2.3, where the Traveler and Tartaglia, or Child, were doing the Labyrinth Warriors event. Well, I think it's called Labyrinth Warriors event with Xinyan. And at the end of the event, at the end of the story for that event, the Traveler asked Tartaglia, or Child, what's he up to? Why is he involved in all this? So then Tartaglia tells the Traveler that the Balladeer, or Scaramouche, never returned with the Electro Archon's Gnosis. He's gone AWOL. He's ran off on his own. And as we know about Tartaglia, yeah, he loves to fight, but he's loyal to the Tsaritsa. So, you can probably take his word that that's probably the same belief as the rest of the Fatui. If we look back at the trailer, or the cool video that Hoyoverse put out with revealing all the Fatui Harbingers, they asked the Doctor if he knows what the Balladeer's up to. And he said pretty much that he's off doing his own thing. He's not sure. And they're not sure what he's up to. None of them are aware of what he's up to. So, then he's saying, these two guys, they're saying that the Doctor has shown up with a gnosis, and he's offering them an idea, a possibility to solve their problems. And when he said those words, everyone's expression changed. Why this is big is because this shows that the Doctor, at some point, has been already aware of what Scaramouche or the Balladeer's been up to, and that either two possibilities has happened. Either at some point after La Signora's funeral, Scaramouche hooked up with the Doctor, and the Doctor decided to agree with what Scaramouche is planning. Or the Doctor lied to the rest of the Fatui and the rest of the Harbingers because Scaramouche got in touch with him beforehand, and he doesn't want the rest of the Fatui to know what his plan is. And I think it's the idea I just stated. Why? Because at the end of the Harbinger's video, the Signora's funeral, one of the female Harbingers, I think it was the girl with the girl that was singing. I think it was the girl that was singing. Came up to the doctor and said, "Hey, what's your other forms doing? Since his ability is to make clones of himself." And the doctor says, he's basically up to some blasphemy, meaning he's already initiated a plan in Sumeru. Because it shows the Irminsul tree up in flames with the doctor kind of laughing in the foreground. So, if it's already showing what he's already doing with one of his clones, then that means that he already met Scaramouche before Signora's funeral, and he's already initiated a plan to do something about it, to do whatever he wants to do with Scaramouche, and he's keeping it a secret from the rest of the Fatui. So that means that not just the Balladeer has gone AWOL from the Fatui, but potentially the Doctor too. The only caveat is if the Doctor is doing this for the Fatui, if he's got some ulterior motive to do it for the Fatui. So it's either he's either helping Scaramouche with the goal to help the Fatui in the end, or two, he's initiating this plan to help Scaramouche because he wants to help Scaramouche and go AWOL from the Fatui. Or three, there's a third idea. He's helping Scaramouche because he wants to help himself. Because he has a motive that's selfish that could potentially lead to also assist Scaramouche or assist the Fatui inadvertently. Because the Doctor seems like a really selfish guy. So, but no matter what, in that moment of the funeral, the Doctor lied to the rest of the Harbingers. We just need to know if it was an outright, just simple lie that he definitely meant to trick everyone and trick the rest of the Harbingers, or was it a white lie? No matter what, he lied. But this is big. This is real big because it shows that the Doctor is already been assisting Scaramouche.
He asked them, "Do you wish to create a god?"
This is what the arrogant ignorance at the extreme end of academia looks like.
First, the Academia spent a long time constructing a divine vessel, which was based on an exquisite humanoid puppet. After that, they harvested dreams via the Zeb-Zerus Festival Samsara, maximizing the Akasha's output. With the Doctor's help, and the Akasha now functioning at maximum efficiency, they were able to use it to extract the power from the Gnosis and convert it into a divine core. Next, they decided that their new god needed to possess divine wisdom. For that to happen, they needed a huge quantity of divine canned knowledge.
It adds up.
But how do you determine whether the knowledge extracted is of divine origin?
Call it an educated guess? The Academia has been trying to figure out the exact source of the scholar's madness for centuries, but to no avail. Nobody can explain the cause of this phenomenon. Surely you can see what that implies, Scribe Al-Haytham. If it's knowledge no mortal can comprehend, then it must be something only gods are able to decipher. In other words, it's the source of the God of Wisdom's omniscience and omnipotence.
All right, before I jump into what the two suggestions I'm going to make, I'm very curious. I know based on just what we learned so far from the general community of Sumeru, that they're not fond of Lesser Lord Kusanali. But my question would be, why haven't they even just attempted or tried to speak with Lesser Lord Kusanali? We know she's locked up in the palace at the top of the tree, the city of Sumeru. But why is it that they dislike speaking with Lesser Lord Kusanali? It just cannot be as simple as we don't like her because she's a reminder of the loss of Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. At some point, you just gotta suck it up, accept that the Greater Lord's gone, and you have Lesser Lord Kusanali. It can't just be as simple as, she reminds us of the loss of the Greater Lord, so we just can't even bear to look at her. I just cannot go in the room that we put her in and just talk to her because it hurts too much. Because, that's silly. It's silly. There has to be another reason why they won't speak to or go to Lesser Lord Kusanali. Why is it that when a guy that you exiled comes along and says, hey, you guys want to create a new god? I know that sounds insane, but you want to try? Like, you want to just give it the old college try? Like, how did it come to the point where they're all like, so we either do this guy's crazy ass idea and attempt to create a new god, or we could just go in the next room and talk to Lesser Lord Kusanali for answers on what to do. You know what? I'm going to go with the crazy idea. I just can't go in that room. How did it get to this point? Alright. But, unfortunately, the result will be the Balladeer.
You must have noticed by now. The Academia doesn't care about who their god is. It's the ability to exercise control over knowledge and wisdom that matters. It is as if they are cursed with a desire for omniscience and omnipotence that burns in their blood. Some organisms demonstrate phototaxis, and thus orient their entire lives in respect to sources of light. For the sages, their only source of hope is the existence of a deity who embodies the acme of wisdom. This is but a form of phototaxis. For many scholars, the absence of a god of wisdom means stumbling in the darkness for the duration of their lives.
Alright, so I'll hate them. That actually strengthens my point that I just made. So, if the Academia's true goal is the ability to have access to a god of wisdom, that way they have a source of a possible infinite amount of knowledge, why not go to Kusanali? She's right there in the building with them. She is the god of wisdom. Granted, I understand that their god of wisdom is on the naive side due to her age. Granted, now that we have this a possible reveal that Rukkhadevata is just Lesser Lord Kusanali, but reverted in several centuries of age. But she's still the god of wisdom. She is the Dendro Archon. You can't escape that fact. Kusanali is the Dendro Archon, therefore the god of wisdom. Therefore, Al-Haytham just said. The academia they want a god of wisdom because that's their source of an infinite amount of knowledge. So, again, what has brought them to the point that they don't want to speak to Kusanali, but rather take on the insane proposition of creating a new god? How can they... human nature. It's human nature to go with the path of least resistance. You could either walk several feet to a different room in their building to go speak to the God of Wisdom, or painstakingly create some crazy plan to trick everyone in your nation to build a new god that you hope will result in an actual God of Wisdom. They have no possible way of knowing that this is a foolproof plan. This is ridiculous.
Then what does Lesser Lord Kusanali mean to you? Is she not a true god present in this world? If you already have a new god, why try to create another one?
This is what I want to know.
From the beginning, the Academia has never treated her as a god. When the Academia first discovered Lesser Lord Kusanali, the newborn god of wisdom, the sages hoped that she would be as wise as Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. But upon evaluation, they found that at the time she possessed no more intelligence than any ordinary human child. The sages never had a ruder awakening. This forced them to accept that Greater Lord Rukkhadevata had indeed passed away. Not to mention that Lesser Lord Kusanali's gnosis had been used to power the Akasha this entire time. By herself, she has neither an Archon's raw power, nor the spectacular insight expected of a god of wisdom. Slowly but surely, people began to forget about her existence.
Okay. At least they gave me an answer. So, it was kind of like what I already presumed due to the fact that she is naive due to her being young. Young for an Archon. So, I guess, like I said, I'm under the suspicion that Kusanali is just Rukkhadevata, but reverted several centuries in age. So, no matter what, even if she is a newborn Archon or she is Rukkhadevata but reverted several centuries in age, she still is very naive. And so apparently, even though it's kind of like Kusanali is book smart. She's very, very book smart. But due to her not having any bit of... I guess this isn't the best way, but due to the fact that she lacks, like, common sense, she comes off as naive. And so, since she isn't as powerful as, let's say, Raiden Shogun, or Zhong Li, aka Morax, or even as powerful as Venti, aka Barbados. And Venti is actually one of the weaker gods due to him not actually giving a shit about combat. With all that in mind, due to her not having the actual wisdom of Rukkhadevata, or the power of an actual senior Archon, that made the people lose faith in her. Okay, I guess this is a decent explanation. I'll give them that.
So, this is the path the sages have chosen.
So, yeah, they refuse to acknowledge Kusanali.
Alright, let's try to keep our cool. If everyone's in a bad mood, then let's change up our scenery. Raman, give me a few men to help us escort the village keepers back to the village. And these two scholars, they're coming too.
Sure, as you wish.
And kind of like what the Traveler just said, it shows that it shows that the people, the sages, the higher ups in the academia are cruel. Like the traveler said, they're absolutely cruel. This was an opportunity that they could have chosen to foster and develop their new archon, but instead of fostering and developing and raising, which is funny because she's still several centuries old, their archon to be the archon that would be able to fill the shoes of the previous one. They basically chose to use Kusanali as a battery and just dismiss her. It's kind of fucked up. Head back to the village chief's house.
The village keepers you found have all been returned to their homes, and each one has a dedicated caregiver to look after them. The 2 new scholars are being kept under close supervision, too. Really great work, everyone.
The atmosphere is so heavy.
Paimon, you don't. That's not. It's one of those instances where you don't point out what's going on.
Hey, say something. Stop spacing out.
Come on, is there nothing left to talk about? In that case, let's all get some water and try to think about something else.
That's gonna be a little hard to do.
I can go fetch some snacks.
Oh, Paimon's so coming with you.
Do you have any plans, Traveler?
Gods above, you're not talking about work, are you?
I want to share everything I know with you all, which is actually a good thing. It's time the travelers shared that the Fatui are part of this.
So you were still withholding some information?
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I had my reasons. Cyno has confirmed the solemn expression on his face. It looks like he's made up his mind about something, the core of his beliefs, the motive. Item also turns toward the crowd he wants to listen to. After that, the whole story comes out. All the experiences, feelings, secrets, and shared freely with everyone. To share everything means to consider everyone's allies. From the day forward, everyone will fight for good guys.
It still feels super surreal to hear you talk about it again.
So that's everything. I'm pretty sure I just explained everything about the Fatui. That's everything we've experienced so far in Simmer.
What a whirlwind of a story. I felt like I was holding my breath the whole time.
It seems like there will be more issues to face in the days ahead than I'd anticipated.
Still, now's a good time to make our next move. Now that Ramon's joined us, we'll be an even stronger team.
It's time to make a plan.
Indeed. These events are a flagrant transgression of the rules in every sense. We cannot allow it to continue.
So, everyone, are we on the same page?
Crush the sages and rescue our god. That is our ultimate goal.
No matter what lies ahead.
Well, let's brainstorm a little more about what other resources we can draw on.
The next time we gather here, we must have a solid plan.
Yep, it'll work out for sure.
Don't rush. This is a big undertaking, and the planning and preparation for what lies ahead will no doubt take some time. take it slowly. We need to make sure the plan is as effective as possible.
He's starting to read his book again. Hey, are you even listening?
Would you like me to lend you something to read?
No way. Your books aren't quite to Paimon's tastes.
I was joking. I know my books are far too difficult for you, and I have no intention of lending them out.
Ugh, you're so annoying.
I think it's funny that Haytham's a dick.
You must let me know if there's anything I can do to help. Though I cannot leave Aru Village, I can't help but feel stirred when I see the looks in your eyes. I've never felt as roused as this when fighting alone in the past. I suppose this must be the power of camaraderie.
Okay.
The past few days have been some of the most challenging work I've ever taken on, and none of it'll earn me a single mora. I can't believe it.
Look on the bright side, Dia. Maybe we'll get a huge reward after this is all over.
You've got a point. Hey, what would you do if you woke up tomorrow with more money than you could ever spend?
Paimon would buy boatloads of tasty snacks.
That's it?
And maybe some tasty drinks as well?
How adorable.
You gotta understand, Paimon is satisfied by the simple things in life.
Fantasies. If there's a chance they can come true, I'll give it my best shot. And here's hoping that everything we do from now on will change this world for the better.
In the past, I never imagined that even the gods could suffer from hardship. If we can find a way to change all of this, will this nation become a better place?
So, with all that being said, I believe this is until update 3.2. Yeah. It'll be update 3.2 when we can continue our journeys with these guys. So, there we go, guys. That's the end of the Archon quest for now. Like I said, I think 3.2 is when we're going to see probably the conclusion to everything that's going on, and probably the conclusion of our story with the Academia and trying to save Lesser Lord Kusanali from them being a dick to Nahida, and whatever the plans are with the Doctor and Scaramouche. So, with all that being said, I'm going to hop off here. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. That helps out with the YouTube algorithm, helps get the channel out there so more people can hang out and we can grow the community over here on this channel. And also hit that notification bell so you'll be informed whenever I go live and upload any new content. So, with all that being said, thank you guys so much.
The value of knowledge
and I'll catch you
cannot simply be
guys
quantified
later.
in monetary terms.